Okay, I think I'm good, but I've probably forgotten something, as I nearly always do now. So, good evening, guys. Welcome. Let's see, we've got here Mr. G, Steps, hello, Andy Magic Knight, Fitren, Click Tech Kev, Shalan is me, so I don't need to say hello to me. Truton is Sidquest coming in thick and fast already. Amok as well, welcome. Dr. Me, Russell Mills, Power 7, Acmafin, SP175, Apocalypse. Hey guys. I'll get to that in a second. Richmond Mike, welcome. I hope you're doing well. I think that's everyone. No, Eldritch as well. Eldritch 79. Mr. G. I think I've already said Mr. G, but welcome again, Mr. G. Thank you very much, Hammock, for the gift sub to Prince Phase, and welcome to the subs, Prince Phase. Too generous, Hammock. Too generous as always. So I have got 2 bottles of wine tonight, and probably going to try not to go through both of them. Sidbot is timed out. No. Oh, maybe. I'll give the. I mean, I'll tell you what I'll do before I start the quiz. The races. I'll give it a. Oh no, it's working now. Okay, never mind then. Seems to I'll give it a restart before we start. So I haven't really felt very up for this tonight, so I'm hoping I can get kind of into the swing of things a little bit. Just felt a little bit kind of tired today and stuff, so it's timed out for a request. Oh, maybe it's a spam thing. Ah, shit. Okay, this is the problem with the anti-spam stuff. All right, let me tone that down because that's no good. Don't want that. I'll give you 10k in a minute, Steps. Don't worry. I really don't want the anti-spam measures kind of destroying the ability to talk with the bot. So it's all the gamble stuff within the bot. No. So the stream element stuff is always going to be within the stream element thing. There's not really a lot I can do about that, short of kind of remaking the behavior myself. Okay, what? Okay, maybe it's the capital letters. Okay, because it's not going to be. Yeah, it's going to be the capital letters, I think. New messages containing accessor. So I'm going to turn symbol and caps protection off. Okay, hopefully that's better. So I'm guessing. What did Meadolf request? Oh man. Yeah, it's the tight restrictions. I'm gonna knock it down to minimum for now. See how it goes. If you can just keep an eye on the timeouts as well for me, thanks, Andy. And apologies if you do get timed out. I do apologize. I'm trying to find a good balance with the anti-spam and stuff. But obviously, it picks some of the SID requests up as spam, which is unfortunate. So I'm going to turn caps and symbol protection off. And leave it on minimum, and hopefully that will improve things. Let's just see. Yeah, tier 3 restrictions. Yeah, exactly. So I've been playing a little bit today with the 3090. I'm very impressed with its performance on stuff. I wouldn't say it's a massive improvement in every game, but some games it can be up to 60% or so improvement over a 2080 Ti, which is impressive. Yeah, probably triggering on the caps. Yeah, that's what I think as well, because you're putting in yeah. I thought Shalom kept us waiting for 2 hours like Boris did tonight. Yeah. Okay, well let's just go. I've loosened them slightly, and let's see how it goes. If it does start being a problem, I'll look at doing my own anti-spam. But yeah, unfortunately, it's the deep SID links I think is causing it. I don't mind. Actually, that's quite nice. I got a Chardonnay tonight, so I got this one. Um, and I was a bit worried because I got a Chardonnay rather than a Sauvignon Blanc, but it's actually quite nice. So okay, let's give you all some points. Did that work? Yes. Okay. Send that through. Just get my windows up properly. There we go. I do like this tune. Right. Okay. Let's start the racing quizzes now. Hope everyone's ready. There we go. Good evening to all with and white hair. Oh, I know this one. Oh. It would have accepted Trailblazer 2 as well. Yeah. Okay, right. Let's have a look where we're at on this then. So, oh, that's right. We're doing the high scores. I remember now. Why is that not loading? Oh, because I pressed the wrong button. That's why. Okay, right. So we've got this high score display on the title screen. I'm going to leave that there for now. That's fine. What we're interested in is the game over for the players. So first of all, I need to score some points, and then I need to die, which I did off screen, which is a little bit frustrating. But oh yeah, sad news about Sean Connery. Yeah, yeah, really sad news. Okay, so we need to display it on here. Hey Proton, welcome to the stream, dude. Yeah, machine learning would actually be pretty good for that quiz, I think. Although technically, it wouldn't really have the machine. Yeah, it would just be image recognition based on the first picture, the first pixelated picture. So it wouldn't really be machine learning, I guess. It would just be a catalogue of 450 very pixelated images and what they are. Okay, right. So we need to get the high score to show on the game over screen. So let's just set the layout first. Let's get everything set up. I've not connected Fluebits. I think I'm gonna. I don't think anybody's really using it anymore. So I think I'll discontinue that this month. It just puts more money into the prize pot for for giveaways. Oh, what? Nah, I need to turn this off. I need to turn this off. Sorry, Proton. Um, Andy will sort you back out in a second. Let me turn this off because this is not good. Okay, the filters are off again. Yeah, I think I'm gonna have to. It got really out of hand last time. To the extent where I was missing some quite important stuff. So yeah, sorry about that, Proto. I've been trying out a new spam filter and it seems to be a bit overzealous. I've turned it off completely now anyway. Yeah, it seems to be catching people for just requesting tunes and stuff, so all right, never mind. Never mind. We'll just have to be a bit stronger with policing it because um there's a the chat is going to be spammy anyway because of the commands and stuff. That's fine, but sometimes the spam is unnecessary and can cause kind of issues with kind of reading chat, and that's the problem I had last time. Um, so anyway, right. Um, okay, so I want to put the high score on the game over screen. So first of all, I'm just going to go and find out how I draw the high score because I can't remember. I did it last time. It's probably just a little routine that can call end level. No, it's going to be in the title screen. Where is it actually? What the reset scores? No. I'm definitely calling that somewhere, so I just need to find out where. I'll be in title screen. Here we go. Title screen. Yeah, intro title screen. Okay, so it is literally just calling that when we go to display it. So we need the same thing for game over, which is this one here. And at the moment, it doesn't do anything. Here we have start. How's everybody's Saturday been anyway? Do you upload the code somewhere? I used to have a thing called FluBits. I can turn it on tonight actually because if you're a sub or a patron, which I believe you are patron, isn't it? Yeah. Slept a few hours. I did sleep, but I don't think I had enough to be honest. I don't feel great tonight to be honest. I'll do my best to get through, but we shall see. So if you go there and make an account, if you are a patron or a Twitch sub, which I know you are, Joe Bendick, if you make an account there and send me your account name, you'll be able to follow along as I go along. Other than that, there's the GitHub, which just gets updated after the stream. It's not live, so. Okay. So game over is it's the bonus level. Game over is here. Game over start is it? Okay, so we can put it in the game over start. So So I was playing the new Watch Dogs today. I have kind of mixed feelings about it. On one hand, I think it's a beautiful looking game. It really is a beautiful looking game. It's hard to run though. I will say that. I mean, I'm getting just turn the music ever so slightly down. I'm getting about 60 frames a second. Just about on max detail 4K with RTX on, using DLSS as well. You have both Watch Dogs and Watch Dogs. Oh, did you get them on the Epic Games giveaway, freebie giveaway thing? Yeah, the spam bot's off now. Was it? If you were posting a link, that might be why. Maybe I'll turn that off. Show me freebies. Can the game end up on CSDB? Well, I mean, the game is on GitHub as well, so the only difference is that they won't have all the levels, so they can try and release it anyway, but they're not going to get all the levels. No, it's not private. It's deliberately public. This wine is actually delicious, considering it's Chardonnay. I do like a Chardonnay. I mean, for a lot of the streams, I have drank Chardonnay, but kind of been getting into my Sauvignon Blancs recently. So, but yeah, I think it's a beautiful game. Very difficult to run, but beautiful game. And the depiction of London is spot on. When I first went outside, I recognised where I was. I was at Seven Dials. And I thought, oh, okay, I'm going to see if I can get to my office. So I got in a car and I drove the way to my office, and sure enough, there's my office, and it looks exactly right. They've got every nook and cranny of the building correct, and all the kind of the passageways, like the alleyways and stuff, they're all spot on. It's very, very well done. On the other hand, I have some serious issues with the depiction of the Cockney accent. It's like a really comically exaggerated version of Cockney. Like everybody speaks like they're out of some kind of British gangster movie or something. It's kind of hilarious. Okay, cool. So there we go. There we got the high scores. So what we need to do now is we need to actually save our high scores and compare them against the values in this table. Also, I don't know where the values are coming in this table. I'm assuming there is a high score table somewhere. It's called value data. Oh, here it is. Okay, cool. Oh, I missed the bits from Spooky64 as well. Thank you for the bits, Spooky64. Appreciated. And thank you for the resub, Jost80 as well. Appreciated as well. Cheers. Yeah, Watch Dogs Legion. Watch Dogs Legion. Yeah. Yeah, it's a nice game. It annoys me when, and I guess this is the same for anybody living in a very specific region. If you see a game that's made in your region, and it's obviously been made by people who don't live there, who aren't even from that area or from that country, it just sounds, things just sound a little bit off, like exaggerated and off. And the thing that got me the most was the way people talk to each other, and it just sounds really, really weird. It's like they've gone, okay, so this isn't an American game. This is a British setting. So what we're going to do is we're going to use all the things that are very British, that are only British. So, for instance, that you'll hear a lot of people call each other knobheads, which is okay, fair enough. It is a very British thing to do, but they don't walk around talking about forbidden. It's, oh yes, I need to add you. Let me add you in. We don't walk around calling everybody knobheads all the time. It's just it is a word we may use, but it's not the freaking same. It's not something we use all the time. I'm northern enough to. Yeah, but this is weird. Like it's like everybody, but if you bump into someone, everybody calls you a knobhead. It's It's just over the top. It is really over the top. It's good. It's good enough though. It's a good enough game. Is your username on there exactly the same? I'd assume. Yeah, I've got it. Cool. There you go. Should have access now. Probably not going to keep that around for much longer though. It's kind of fallen out of use a little bit. We used to use it quite a lot at the beginning, so um, but enjoy it while it lasts. It's still paid for another month or two, so I might as well make use of it. All right, so here's our high scores, and I'm going to just put this over this side, and I'm going to put the 0 page stuff over here. So in the 0 page, we do have these score areas here. So we can fill these values with the values we get when the game, just before the game over starts. So what I'm going to do is in game over, I'm going to create a record score. In fact, then we might already have a record score. Let's have a look. We do indeed. We have HUD record scores. Let's go and have a look at the HUD. I had a feeling we did. Yeah, okay, so that is recording both scores. Okay, so we just need to make sure we record before we game over. And that's easily done. Our game over is here. Transition is here. But before we do any of this, we can just do and that's going to put both our scores into here. Now, I'm not sure how this is going to work for actually, it's not going to. It's going to record the word game over, isn't it? So that's no good. Okay. I think what we need to do, I'm going to, in here, I'm going to split the record score up into two sections here. Where the hell that's gone now? Okay, cool. So I'm going to create two of these: record score player 1 and record score player 2, and then a record score, which is just going to be, it's just going to call both of those basically. The reason for this is because what we want to do is we want to record the player only if it's active. So we'll put some checks around this here. And the reason for that is if player 1, well, first of all, if we just try and record both scores at the game over point, we're just going to get the word game over, and that's not good. Just had 20-minute live. That's bad even for you. It's kind of average, isn't it? I think. You go on Pro 7. Using BCD for score. We are no, actually, we're not in this. We're not using BCD for score in this one. I'm getting confused. What did we do? Oh, it was Checkanoid. We put BCD in. So yeah, no BCD for scoring this. As I said on the Checkanoid screen, I don't actually use BCD all that often, but it just made sense to use it on Checkanoid because the score was so long as well. It just makes sense. I've got my own system for this, which it still works. It still does. I mean, it's treating each digit of the score as a separate byte, and we're just using the char value directly. So Oh yeah, the PDFs. That Streamlabs message is automatic there. No, I don't think anybody requested that. I think it just pops up. It's just an automatic one. It comes on about every half an hour or so. Um, okay, so this is going to record individual scores. Now, the other thing I want to put in here is reset score player one and reset score player two. Now, the reason I want these in here is I want to make sure that when we start, that these values are reset. And the reason for that is I want these values to be used for checking against high scores. And what's going to happen is when you finish the game, it's just going to look at what both of these scores here. We're not going to do any comparison to see how many players were active. We're just going to look at the high score, the values in these here. So they have to start at 0 because otherwise, if you played player 2 last time and you got a high score, then the next time round you would also get a high score if you played player 1 this time, for instance. So you just need to make sure that we reset them properly. But that's fairly easy to do. We're just gonna need to find out what the actual value is for the score. I've got a bit of a headache as well. I'm not having a good night tonight. I don't know why. It's fine. I just need wine. That's what it is. Just need wine. Not source. I've completely lost where I am with these chars now. These char sets. So DC. Okay. So that will reset the score for that player, and this will reset the score for this player. So we're going to need these pieces of code to run at various times. The first one we need to run is here in record score, and record score only needs to record if that player is active. Now, the reason we need to do this is because if we don't do this, what will happen is if the player is not active, say both players have been playing, both of you score enough to gain a high score in the high score table, right? Player 2 dies and has no more lives left over, but player 1 manages to complete the level and get to the bonus screen. At the moment, what happens is as soon as the bonus screen starts to transition to, record score is called. And so what that will do is it will actually record the words game over at the bottom for player 2 rather than the score that they scored. What I need to do is make sure this only happens when it's active. And then also when a player dies and just before game over is drawn, that these scores get recorded again. So to do that, we're going to load the accumulator with player.players. I'm going to do this individually each time, I think. Should be like that. There we go. I really got into these Humper tunes. Something about them. Okay, cool. There we go. So this is now going to record the scores for each player. Now I just need to make sure that when the game starts, we reset the score, which we can do here. So this is our intro. Here we go. Crown initialize. Yes. So here. Okay, so both scores are reset at this point. And that's resetting them here. It's not resetting them on the screen, it's resetting them here, which is the important bit. These values here are what are going to be used for the high score. The screen is just a temporary kind of store in while the game is active. Oh, happy birthday to Rock from Finished Gold then. And happy Halloween, guys, as well. Okay, so the scores have been reset. Okay, so now we need the game over. So that means in the player code, is it cool player we've got? Yeah, here we go. Jump game over player. So this is where the player gets the game over. Oh, this doesn't feel right. Oh, yeah, no, that's fine. Oh, I was trying to be clever here. It's quite clever. Quite pleased with that. All right, quite pleased with that. I had to think about it though. Halloween. Okay, and because the player is now game overed, um, and that value is in why is 0 or 1? Okay. Uh, we need to record the scores here, so but only for the player that's inactive. So basically, it's in the accumulator at this point, so we can compare that to 0, which I hate doing compare 0, but we've already kind of done other stuff around here, so we kind of have to do it. So let's put the core score here. So player 1. Trying to keep up with chat a little bit as well. Uh, the flags will be intact. No, because we do this here, so they're not going to be intact. Because it would be the flag from up here. So we do, yeah. There's a few things that happen before then. So yeah, for accumulator, yeah. Okay, that should be fine. So that's going to record our scores. So now we've got our scores recorded. So I'm going to test this out just by printing it on the screen in the game over now. So we've got this display high score. I'm just going to go and print both scores on the screen as well. So we'll just I'll just go ahead and print them. Trying to figure out what row these are on now. Okay. So we're going to load P1 score X, and we're going to store that at. We'll do right down the bottom of the screen. So let's do like 20 row 23. That should probably be fine. And row 24. Hopefully we can see those. Actually, I'm gonna do 22 and 23. I will have to put some color in there as well because I think it's going to print incorrectly otherwise. And this is just a temporary piece of code just to confirm that the scores have transferred properly. Why is that not loading? Okay. Ooh. Okay, that has not well, what has that done actually? Have I accidentally stored when I should be? Hang on. Am I drawing in the wrong place? No, reset score, chord score. What? Just turn them off a sec. Or maybe it's getting from here at some point. So maybe I need to. Maybe this actually needs to be 0 based instead. So let's just try that out. In fact, I have a feeling that's what it is. Thanks for the follow, Brew. You need Jesus. Welcome to the stream. Hope you're doing well. Let's just try putting 0 in there. Also, for efficiency's sake, let's put that up there. No need for that to be unnecessarily wasteful in terms of cycles. Thank you for the gift sub, Amok, to Cosmin, and welcome to the subs, Cosmin. No, you were gifted it. Amok gifted it you. Yeah. Enjoy your new emotes. Can't remember what the emotes are. Did I press start again on that? Let's do it again. I can't remember. Okay, so I'm not sure what it's trying to print down here then in that case. Okay. The problem is when it resets the scores, it's putting this value in here, which seems to be completely wrong. I just want to check where it's reading out those from, because I think it's doing something to them. Oh, what's this about? Oh, 3-0. And we've got reset scores as well. Ah, Worm Juice Dev. Okay, let's move this up to here. Thank you for the raid, Worm Juice Dev. Welcome along, everyone that's come along with Worm Juice. How's things going? Very much appreciated, by the way. Hope you're doing well on this glorious Saturday evening. Okay, that should make that a bit easier. Now, I don't know why. I cannot for the life of me explain why, but for some reason that is the value that we have stored in there. Okay, wonderful weekend so far. Good to hear, man. Good to hear. So that also means record score needs to. Oh, it is doing the subtract. Ah, right. That's what this is about. That's what this subtract is about. I have no idea why we're doing that. I honestly couldn't tell you why that's happening. But okay, seems inefficient. But whatever. It's fine. Did no one get that last quiz? I don't think they did. I heard the trombone. Ah, there we go. Okay, right. So now I want to see if I. It just means I'm going to have to add a value, aren't I, for this to display correctly? There we go. I just need a score. And then the game over. Is it putting it there by mistake or something? I'm not sure. Let's have a look. Well, I say by mistake, I mean by me doing it wrong. Oh yeah, it is because I did this rather foolishly. Okay, so let's fix that. Let's make that 16 on both, and then make this. I was changing the columns and not the rows, and there should also be comma X here as well. Comma X here. Oops. X. X, and we also need to add that AC, which is a bit annoying, but okay. Yeah, I can't remember why I've done that, but I kind of want to change it, but I'm a bit worried that I might have done it for a reason somewhere. Let's try again. So I'm hoping to see is the value 0 for player 2, so 0 on the second line, but 00450 or whatever it was on this one. Okay. So I think the bottom row is missing, so I need to nudge them up a little bit. God, this is turning out to be more awkward than anything else, but okay, it's fine. Ah, I think it's because on this screen they may just get displayed normally. I don't know. Let's move the game over here again. Actually, why am I moving over there? It's not separate, is it? Okay. My scores. No, keep the add AC in here. Let's get it right. Get it right eventually. God, kill me. There we go. Right. So 100. I don't know what's going on here. DC, yeah. So that should be displaying. Oh crap! I know why. It's because of the screen split. The screen split is in the wrong place. To do this, so I need to nudge the scores up a bit more. That's why. So these are correct, but these positions are going to be wrong. Um, and the reason for that is because the screen is actually split into a couple of different zones with character sets. I'm also worried now that that's not going to display in quite the right place, so I'm going to move it right over to the edge of the screen. So the edge of the screen will be around about here. Hopefully there's enough room to display it. Hang on, let me have a look. Not quite, but what we should see is this part of this get overridden probably. But it's fine. It's enough to be able to see what's going on. I forgot I'd left that print. Okay. And then once this works, we can start doing the high score comparison routine, and working out if a player has got a high score or not, and putting them in the table. Okay, so player 2 looks great, but player 1 looks very wrong. Player 1 has only drawn 3 characters for some reason. So I want to just find out where that is in memory. I'm going to global look for this. It should tell me in the if I see it, AE. Okay, AE. Why is it not drawing the last digits here? What am I doing? What? What? Okay, I'm going to move things around again. So nudge them down 2 lines. Oh, wait. Oh, that's why. Fuck's sake. All right. Mega 65 hype. Gardner just said first dev kits might be shipping already. Wow. Wow. Holy shit, right. I'm excited by that. I just need to. Nice. Cool. So I just had to respond to that. Thank you for the resub paradox, NJ. Appreciate it, man. Oh man, that's cool. So just a reminder what's going to happen with that. Obviously the day I get that, I'm going to stream, and that's I don't care what day that is, even if it's like a non-stream day, I will stream. And what I'm going to do is I'm gonna unbox it on stream. I'm going to build it on stream because it comes as a kit, I believe. The dev kits do anyway, and then we'll take a look at it, and then from that stream onwards, Tuesdays and Thursdays will alternate Mega 65. And I think what I might do is do Mega 65 every week, but it will alternate between Tuesday and Thursday. So like on the first week, it may be, oh, have I I've added something incorrect in here somewhere? There it is. So one week it may replace the Game Boy stream, the next week it will replace the Checknoise stream, and so on. Which will make the Game Boy and Checknoise streams every 2 weeks, at least initially. The Game Boy game is kind of closing on being finished now, so as soon as that's kind of finished, I'll probably just move the Mega 65 to a permanent Tuesday slot while we continue work on Checknoid. But yeah, looking forward to that. So yeah, I'm gonna unbox it on stream as well because really I'm looking forward to that. Wow, that's cool. That means it could potentially be here next week. So it's a good job I sorted my desk out actually, so I've made room for it all now. So I don't have much room to build it on camera anymore, but I'll make do. I'm sure it's enough just about to build it. Yeah, I'll have to make do. I don't really have much more room, unfortunately. Anyway, yeah, I'm looking forward to that. I'm really kind of eager to test out some of the things I couldn't get to work on the emulator. And I think I've got enough of an understanding of the basics of the Mega 65 to be able to begin to kind of begin to tell you guys how it works, or at least some of it works. Build it for a granddad. Expect the Queen to come over and set it up. Yeah. Oh, number one would be awesome, wouldn't it? I doubt it though. Yeah, I am number one, of course I am. Okay, so those scores look good. So now what I want to do is I just want to try, before I go any further, I want to try this out with 2 players. And what I wanted to do here is try and get one of the players into the next round. So I'm going to deliberately get this player killed early on, just get him some points and then get him killed. And then from this point on, I'm going to try and get. Okay, because we need to make sure that the player can finish the level, which he can, and that also the player's scores get recorded properly. So player two had some score, probably about 450. Oh, we need to fix this as well. There's now a new split that's happening in this screen, which I need to get rid of. We'll deal with that in a minute. So I just want to die now. Okay, so now I'm hoping to see 2 scores on that high score table that have recorded properly. I don't know if that's right. I didn't see the second player score before I died. Sounds about right though. What would that be? That would be, yeah, that sounds about right actually. Let's just try it one more time. Okay, so we're going to try with this guy first. Just need to keep an eye on this guy's score. So he's got 200, 300. Why did he get? I think he got double points for doing that. Okay, so 800 now. I'm going to get him killed. And then this guy is going to hopefully. Okay, he's appeared down there, which is wrong. I didn't see the score again. I said it and then forgot it. God damn it. All right. I was finding some bugs though, which is interesting. 800. Oh, too late. I've restarted now. Thank you for keeping an eye on it though. Oh, he got 200 because he hit that guy down there. So I see. Okay. Okay, so let's go. So this guy's got 650. 650, 650, 650. Right, let's remember that. We need to make sure that they turn off properly as well. So that's one thing we definitely need to do. So sprites need to turn off on game over. Or be hidden. Oh, it's because he's in the MSB. That's why his MSB needs to be set. He's been set to 0, but not 0 completely. And we need to solve this issue here as well. Okay. So 650, 1300. That's what I'm trying to see now. No, that's wrong. So he's gained another 250 points somewhere here. Hmm. Why has he gained 200 points there? Oh, shit. Okay. How's that an 8 as well? Okay, I'm going to take a quick break, guys. I need 5 minutes, and when I come back, we'll figure out. So we've got a couple of bugs to address there, and then we'll go ahead and do the high score stuff. So I think that's given us plenty of stuff to do for tonight, anyway. So oh, nice, nice. That's a tricky one. That's a tricky one. Cool. All right, I'll be back in. Be back in 5 minutes, guys. Be right back. Right, I'm back. Okay. Oh, did I? Oh, I did stop the break. Okay. Just want to see what this one is. Oh, that pattern in the background's annoying. Oh, what is that? No idea. No idea. All right. Okay, something is wrong with the record score, or something at some point. Um, so I'm just gonna put a break point here and here. So when it goes to record that game over score, I want to see. Um, I wonder if it's to do with the bonus. Is the bonus trying to add some score to the player or something? I mean, it's certainly possible. I mean, it shouldn't be doing, but it's certainly possible. Oh God, there it goes, died. Okay, so I can see that the score is 0 at this point. Okay, so the score is definitely 0. And 0 is the score that's been recorded. So now I'm going to try and actually complete. Oh, I can't complete the level. Okay. Let me just check again at that position. Uh, oh, hang on. That's before it records in it. I should probably do it after. Yeah, let's put it after. What was the game? Anyway, I missed that. Helter Skelter. Never heard of it. Okay, so got 450 on that player, 450 on this player. Let's get him killed. Come on. Okay. And there is our 450. I don't know if you guys can see that. I have been able to make the latest version of Vice allows you to make the monitor bigger, which is good. So I'm going to open the red wine, just take the spoon cap off a little bit just to air it. But yeah, you can see our score there is 450. Ignore the threes on the beginning. I'm just using the actual Petsky codes for some reason. I wish I knew why. I don't know, fortunately. I was testing how brittle. So I did some 3D prints. I got some transparent green plastic today. I don't know if you can see that. So I was doing some test prints, and I was testing how brittle it was. So I got one of these, and I tried to snap it, and it snapped quite easily, but it's dug into my finger, so I cut my bloody finger on it. So if you ever need me to make you a shank, I know how to make one. These are going to be my little. I'll show you what. Just refining the design a little bit now. So put the cartridge in these. It needs refining because it's a bit loose. So I've built some like grips on the sides like this and tightened the hole up there. And that goes on an arm like that. This is why it needs reinforcing. And then that goes into this. If I remember how to do it now, is it that way? Is it that way? Hang on. Yeah, like that. Put the right way up. So they go into these arms like that, and then this arm sticks onto a hub ring, and then it can spin round with the thing on. But the idea is they can push up as well. So the carousel, as you push it round, will push some of these up, so you can read the game as they go round. But I'm just prototyping some different designs out at the moment. It's going to be pretty good when I get it. Can it print an ice cream? Can it print in jelly? Do you know what? Technically, that's kind of what it's doing. It's taking a liquid, isn't it, and turning it into solid. Although I don't think jelly would be the right substance for it. Also, it's pretty dangerous stuff. This as well. You've got to wear gloves when you handle the liquid for this because it's a UV curing plastic. So, and it's quite toxic as well. But the problem is if you get any on your skin, it's quite hard to get off. It's like a goo that gets on your skin. And the problem is UV light cures it, so it will turn into plastic on your skin as well, which will draw the heat out of your skin, and it will cause quite nasty burns on you. So yeah, it is really bad. Yeah. Um, I mean, it's bad enough anyway. Even if it doesn't cure it, it's quite nasty stuff. But if you get it on your skin and it starts to cure, it's really really bad. So it will burn you quite horrifically. So you have to wear gloves and stuff to handle it. And I mean, it's fine once it's cured like this. It's absolutely fine. But it's a lot of fun though. I really do like these printers. The resin printers are a lot of fun. Okay, so I've gamed over there. I wanted to see if both values are the same. Okay, so both values are fine. Right, now I'm going to do it again, but this time I'm going to get through to the bonus. 3D food printers, yeah. Well, you know, NASA have a big, I don't know if it's still going, but they used to have a competition running where if you could engineer a high quality food 3D printer, then you'd win some kind of weird contract with them or something. So there is some competition to kind of make a decent decent food printer as well. because think about it, I mean, for astronauts that would be amazing. People on the ISS, instead of living on those crappy rations, they'd be able to actually print decent food, or decent-ish food anyway, from stuff that's easy for them to transport up to the ISS. Oh, has anybody been watching the new um, Netflix show called Away with Hilary Swank in it? Print the Impossible. Actually, printing the Impossible Burger would definitely be possible. Yeah, the new it's all right if you can look past all the scientific kind of blunders that they've made in it, and they've really got no excuse for the blunders they've made in it as well. Uh, the actual acting in it is pretty good. The production is very good. Yeah, the score's gone up here. I think the bonus is adding some score on. So okay, we need to fix that then. Yeah, so it looks like. Let's have a look. Has the bonus added? Yeah, see, the bonus has added 500 to player two here, which it shouldn't have done. So we just need to make sure the bonus doesn't do that. We'll do that in a second. It's called Away. It's about a mission to Mars, basically. It's a 10 episode thing, but I mean, I'll tell you this. It's not really a spoiler, but their spaceship that they travel to Mars in has a central hub which is 0G, and then two outer sleeping capsules which rotate around in order to generate a kind of artificial gravity. But they are sending they're just about to cross the point at which it becomes very difficult for them to video communicate with Earth again. And so beyond that point, they're stuck with just kind of short messages and text messages and stuff, audio messages and text messages. So they're all sending video things back to their family because they're not going to be able to speak to them directly again for two years. And they all do various things, but one of them, the Russian guy, he's a puppeteer. He likes doing puppets, and so he does a puppet show for his grandkids. But he does the puppet show in zero gravity, and he's controlling his little marionette puppets in zero gravity, and it's just so. Oh my god! It was just such an obvious thing. They're floating around while they're doing it, but the puppets are perfectly dangling on their strings, and it just wound me up, made me very angry. And then when he's finished, he lets go, and the puppet floats off. So yeah, but it's not a bad show at all. Could be led in the puppets. They do a good job of the show in another or in other ways anyway. You just got to look past some of the scientific inaccuracies in it, and there's quite a few of them in it. I mean, that's the most obvious one. Thank you for the follow, Uri Safer. Welcome to the stream. Um, there are some more in there as well. Some a little bit more kind of um, like the time it takes for messages to go back and forth to Earth. So they reach a point where they can no longer kind of send large amounts of data back, and they actually talk about messages taking 15 minutes either way to come. But up until that point, they've been receiving phone calls on their iPhones as if they were on Earth. They've just been having straightforward conversations from kind of outer space to Earth with no delay whatsoever, and that kind of grated on me a bit as well. Ghostbusters, yeah, I saw that actually. I think I added it to my car. I'm probably never going to play it, but um, away. It's a fine. It's the thing is, it's annoying because the show itself is really well done. They've obviously spent a lot of money on the special effects. The cast are very good as well. Um, some very good actors and stuff in it, and it's a well written story. It's a really good kind of interesting story. It's just there is some scientific stuff that kind of really kind of pisses me off. So it's rubbish writing. It's a bit lazy the writing, but it's an interesting story. But it is a little bit lazy. I mean, they deliberately tried to create drama in every episode. Yeah, but I wouldn't say it's rubbish writing. I just think it's I just think it's not the most. Oh, they cancelled it. Oh, that's a shame. Hmm. Mm. Oh, okay. It's kind of looking forward to see. I mean, they can only really do 3 seasons. Oh well. All right, let's continue this. Okay, so the bonus is actually adding something to one of the players that it shouldn't be doing. So here's our bonus. Uh, Now the question is, where is the score being added? So I think what we can do here. Oh my god, bumper melody. All right, let's put it in the debugger because I've got. Okay, so what I need to do here now is I need to get one player killed, and then see where that score updates. Okay, so there's a breakpoint here, and there's a breakpoint here. So I'm going to get rid of those breakpoints, and instead, what I'm going to do is I'm going to put a breakpoint in. Let's have a look. So AE is here. So it would be this value here, this one, C1. So I'm looking for the value of C1 changing. And the reason why I think that will change is because on the previous attempt, it added 500 to player 2 score. So I just want to see when this changes and what causes it. Now, the question is, can I complete this without dying on this screen? No, I can't. God damn it. All right. So let's just turn that off a sec, right? Let's try again. Oh, damn it. Player one. Problem is, I'm controlling both players here, so I need to be careful I don't kill player one. Let's try again. Excuse me. Okay, get player 2 killed. There we go. Okay, right now. What's that not going on? Oh, thank you, SP1. So thank you for the follow, Fog Banksy. Welcome to the stream. Hope you're doing well. Why can't I see breakpoint? Oh, there we go. Control B. Sorry, I was deep in thought then. Missed the follow. Thinking too hard about things. Okay, all right. Let's try and get into there now. Oh, and there we go. So it has actually stored something. Okay, but where has it come from? So this is in add score total. So the bonus score has gone up at some point. Okay. Okay, so that's what we need to do. We need to have a look through. So anytime we update a bonus score, we need to double check that we're not doing it when we should be. So this one here, when we should be doing only one player. So, oh, hang on. These counters I think I know what the problem is. So during the level, it counts up how many it counts up how many enemies you've killed, and you get a bonus score at the end based on that. What it should be doing is in the add total score, it should only be adding it if that player is active, because it is actually counting a bonus score up for player 2, but it's irrelevant. So that's what that is. Okay, that should be pretty easy to solve then in that case. So we're looking for adds total score, raw total scores. Add score total. There we go. Okay, so basically in here, we need to only do the addition to a player if score add. If that player has actually, hang on, that's multiples. I think we need to find out where that's being called from. Oh, because the Y player is set here. Okay, so in that case, yeah, okay, so we can do it in here. So all we need to really do is for player 2, it's going to be 1. For player 1, it's going to be 0. Okay, so that means we need to check in here. Accumulator is pushed to X here. Okay, so at this point here, I can use the accumulator. And the easiest way to do this is going to be to add 1 to it. So that's going to give us 1 or 2. And then if we AND that with player.players active, and that value is not equal to 0, then that means that player is active and we can jump there, otherwise return. So this is just going to ensure that the bonus doesn't add any total score to the player by doing these things here. And add in here. Okay. So let's try that again. Let's go in and see what happens. I forgot where I put the breakpoints now. Oh, I put them in manually in here, didn't I? So it's fine as it is. Whoops. So hopefully we should see the right values this time. Okay, so again, let's go and get some points for this guy. Let me just check his points. Oh, damn it. Okay. I was so slow. I lost that guy. Okay. Okay, let's give this a try. Right, let's try again. So I'm trying to get points on this guy and then kill him. So there we go. So he's got 450. I can see that if I look in here, 450. There we go. Okay, now we're going to complete the level with this guy. This guy's got 1,000. Two 50. Okay. So 250 and 450 is what we're looking for. So let's have a look. 450 still here. Wait, why does it say 250 there? Why have I got one? Oh, my score added up wrong in the bonus. But okay, let's just see what happens at the end. Okay, so the values at the end are correct now, but for some reason the bonus score didn't add correctly. Okay, this is fine. This is fine. Sorry, just checking something on set. Okay, so that load. Okay, let's close that. Let's load again. So I think the bonus is yeah, I think the bonus is kind of broken here for some reason. Okay. Right. Okay. Let's try. Let's just try getting into the bonus and see what scores we get. So, 1,350. Because he definitely didn't add the score correctly then. Oh yeah, it's not adding to the total now. So this is the problem. It's now not. So that add is not working. God damn it! Get there in the end. So if I've got 0 or 1 and I add 1, I get 1 or 2. If it's player 1 and I end it with player active, I'm going to get a value of 1 and I'm going to jump straight ahead and carry on. Okay, let's put the breakpoint here. Let's make sure that this is happening. I don't think it is. I think that's what the problem is. But player 2 wasn't. I don't think either of them is working. Tonight's wine is milk cow. I like that. I like that. Toying with the idea of staying up late on Tuesday night to watch the election results from America. Uh, I'm not sure I'm brave enough to see them, but no, it's skipping that entire thing. God damn it! All right. Oh, it's skipping it because I'm using the accumulator, not the Y. I should be doing that. There we go. That should be fine now. Well, I want to I want to see what happens. I kind of like watching. It's really weird. I kind of like watching election results. There's something exciting about it. But I suspect it's not going to be good. Either way it goes, it's not going to be great at all. Because I fear that if Trump wins, obviously it's going to be bad for all the reasons that it's bad having him as president right now. I mean, they're basically um, they've got lots and lots of problems, and he doesn't seem capable of being able to deal with them in a presidential way. So that will just continue, which is bad. But if Biden wins, I think unless Biden absolutely wipes the floor with him, then I think Trump will refuse to go. It will try and hold as much of it up in court as possible, and probably cause more violence as people take to the streets to kind of. Yeah, I just don't see it being good. But I don't know. It's gonna be interesting to watch anyway. Okay, okay, that's good. See, okay, that's working now. I just need to double check this two-player thing again now because that was the whole reason that piece of code was in there. So, uh, yeah, exactly, Eldritch. I think that's the problem. If Biden wins, there will be unrest in America. As the right, and unfortunately, it's the right wing that kind of are perfectly willing to walk around the streets carrying freaking rifles. So it's not going to be a pretty sight at all. Um, okay, there's two players in here now. Anyway, I kind of want to watch it, but I mean, part of me wants to do it, but then another part of me is like, well, I should probably sleep, so I'd have to take a day off work in order to watch it, which doesn't feel kind of right, really. There we go. Right. So player two had 100 points. So I'm expecting him still to have 100 points at the end, but player two get whatever bonus he gets here now. Excuse me. There we go. Okay, so two 500, 100 is what I want to see at the end here. If it does, yes, cool. There we go. There's the two values we want. Perfect. All right, so that's that solved. It only took an hour and a half. Hey, Carlton. How's it going? Happy Halloween. Really not Halloween at all here. Let's make the colour in the background red. There we go. That's your Halloween decorations. Most pubs won't close till 7 p.m. or later, so you won't see much Tuesday. Just a lot of talk. Yeah, that's the thing. I mean, it's gonna be very early hours of the morning before you start seeing the first results over here. Anyway, you're probably looking at 5, 6 a.m. or something before you start seeing the first results coming. You don't have to put. Oh, yeah, I think that's probably what I'm gonna probably end up doing. It would be really irresponsible of me to just stay up all night Tuesday just to, as Trent rightly says, watch commentary. Yes, I got it in the end steps. I didn't at first. I read it. I was like, "What?" But now I get it. I get it. Actually, Halloween would be more. Oh no, it doesn't look good. Okay, orange doesn't work. Orange looks fine for me, but on your screen it's just going to be a flickery mess because of the update rate. Because the thing with the cheap RGB LEDs is all they're doing is flashing between a few different colors very quickly. They don't have three separate. Yeah, lamp does colors by fig, but only cheap ones do. Proper ones have three separate colors in that they can change the brightness on. It's because they're cheap Chinese things. That's why. Okay, so we've got some high score, well, potential scores now. So now we can check these against. Oh, come on, who's going to get this? Oh, spelling, man, spelling. Oh man, that's just such a shame when you lose it to a spelling mistake. Um, okay, cool. Let's start comparing the scores here. So what we're going to do is we're going to treat both players here because we don't know how many players were playing at this point but the active players count has gone back to 0 again. So this is why we're using the score to do that. So if player if a player was playing, then his well, the scores get reset to 0. So what will happen is if both players never score anything, then both players will be on 0, and of course they will never be a high score. So that means we can check both players one at a time to insert them into the table. And if a player wasn't playing, their score would just be 0, so they would never actually be in the table. So that makes it nice and simple. We don't have to worry about kind of checking which player was which or whatever. And then if a player has a score, we're going to insert it into the table. And then we're going to activate joystick control for high score entry based on these values over here. We do need to change this font a little bit to add a dot in. I think I mentioned that on the last time. Maybe a dash as well, just so there's a bit more in the font, because otherwise it's just going to be all letters. Um, God, why have I got bad sniffles now? It's because I sneezed, isn't it? Right. Chair's getting uncomfortable for some reason. Let's move it up a bit. There we go. Well, that's a bit too high, actually. I'm getting the laptop. Are you trying to use a phone? I hate typing on phone. I really do. It's the worst thing in the world. Okay, game over. So let's have a look at this now. So, okay, we can get rid of this. We know that the score um, is fine. Uh, what is Deb? What is Deb about? Oh, debounce. Okay. I'm going to call that debounce because there you go. Printer's going quite well. So I'm trying some refinements of these, but I'm trying to print them on their end like this. It takes a lot longer. But the reason I'm doing that is because then I can print about 8 of them in one go. So I'm just printing one just to test out the strength of it in that direction, and with a slight refinement to the design. So, but hopefully, if this works, I'll be able to have a nice Famicom carousel, which would be nice. Okay, so before we display the high score, what we need to do is now check high score. Oops. So how do we check a high score? Well, it's quite easy, really. If you think about this, how you would check a high score, it's pretty much going to be the same technique. Let's put this here. So let's have a look at the high score table and explain this. So if you're looking at a high score, you basically start on this side and you look at the number. So this is our number here. Well, let's say we have 60,000. So it would eventually go into the third position here. So what you do is you check your number against the numbers in the table here. So the easiest way to do this is you start kind of you start at the bottom and you check, okay, 0 0. Okay, so I don't beat any of these because they're exactly the same. And then you get to this point here and you say, okay, my next digit is 6 and it beats that, so I'm going to move up. Does it beat this? Yes, it beats this, so move up. Actually, you probably start from the top, actually. So you start from the top and work down. So you go, okay, this beats me, so I have to move down to this one. And then you start here, and then you go, okay, right, 60,000 is less than this, so I haven't beat this one. You go to here, it's more than this, so I've beat this one. So you know it fits in here. And it's that simple, really. You check from the beginning, and you work out whether you need to move down a row, or whether you need to compare digits, whether you need to move digits across a little bit. So just to kind of put that into something visual here. So if you imagine these are our scores, yeah, like that. Okay, so these are the scores in the high score table, and what we're trying to test against is this value here. Yeah, I'm just going to separate with a line like that. So what we do is we check our digits in here. We start with the top one. So we check here, we go, okay, that's the same. So we stay on this row. That's the same. So we stay on this row. This is less. So we go down a row. We check this row. We go, okay, it's the same as this row. So we stay on this row. So now we're at this row here. Then we've got to move on to the next digit and go, okay, that's less. So we go down a row. So we go to here. But it's more than this one. So this is now where our score goes. So we shuffle everything along and we insert our score there. That simple. If that makes sense. Use compare. Yeah, well, it will be, yeah. So obviously we're checking against these pieces of data here, which of course all have two. Oh, God's sake, why do these scores have to be different? Okay, I'm gonna change these to match because this is just ridiculous. Okay, so let me just make sure display high score. Okay, so it's gonna do that there, and I'm gonna change these to match. So there we go. So being sort of I think that's Z80 the clarified boom. Oh, the Z80 clarified drives me mad. I swear it's back to front. I this is the thing. I can't work out if it's back to front or if it's just because my brain's not thinking about the accumulator and the comparison the same way, but it just seems back to front to me. Back to the front with comparisons, that is. So it's obviously it still does a carry if it goes over, but I think the subtraction that it technically does in memory is back to front. Anyway, I have to check it every time I use the compare to do check. I have to kind of mess with it a little bit. So, all right, I just want to check that high score table works the same still. Right, so I'll have consistency with our bytes. And it doesn't. Yay! Oh, for God's sake! All right. How is that not? A D C. That should be right. That fucking should be right. God damn you! All right. 220. Oh fuck. Okay. Oh no. Oh no. What have I done? No problem, me though. Uh, yeah, it's fine. You got a good taste as well in tunes. I've noticed. I quite often look up, think, oh, who's picked this, and it's you that's picked it. So thank you there. Can I spend bubbles to get the default high score table? Oh yeah, we so I'm doing the top 8 people from the quiz league once the game is ready to kind of be uh finished and tested. Basically, once the stream is kind of done, the last stream of the game will be whoever the top scores are will be in the high score table. So you need to score at the moment. That's 8 people. So eighth position is Sapitalia, with what looks to be can't tell until it scrolls. It looks to be about 35,000. So oh, 25. Okay, so yeah, there's a couple of two very quick quiz questions can get you into 8th place. So yeah, I thought it was a nice kind of addition to it. I mean, spending bubbles would have been good as well, I guess. But then some people have got like way too many bubbles, um, and it would have been difficult to get because everybody would have put it in then. So it goes top first, and so make it so whoever finishes 8th goes top in the game table. Oh, that's that's interesting. That is interesting. But then that may discourage people from answering. So, and I don't want to discourage people. So, but I'll consider it. The top 8 will definitely go in the high score table. How they go in, I don't know. It could be random. It could be in the order that they're in. Currently, I'm thinking it will be in the order that they're in the table. But who knows? Maybe it'll be random. Maybe it'll be some other system. Naked mud fighting to settle it. All right, let's try that out. So I'm losing track of what I'm doing now. Okay, good. Everything's spot on there. Okay, so now we need to check the scores. So where is it here? Okay. So in order to check the score, we need an index into here, which is going to be our digit index, which I'm going to put in to Y. It's going to start at 0. So this is the high score digit index. And X is going to be our player digit index. So now we also need to make sure we check for both players. So we're going to use a temporary value in 0 page here for this. So I'm just going to call it I'm just going to use temp1. I don't think it's been used anywhere else, and we're certainly not going to skip out of this function. So, and the idea with this value is this is just to make sure we check both players. So at the very end, what we'll do down here. So this will be next player here. And then this will be the end here where we go decrease temp1. And then branch, if not equal to 0, back to next player. And this will jump to next player. Now, we do need to set up a self-mod value here as well, because what we're going to do is grab a value from 0 page here. And it's going to start with this one here. So I'm going to load the cumulative with P1 score. Now, notice I'm putting this here, and that's because I need to use immediate mode because I just want the address of player 1 score here. It's 0 page, so I don't need to use this or this. I can just use that, and that will be stored at fetch +1. Okay, so the way this is going to work is I'm going to put another label in here called fetch digit because I like to use these labels for this kind of thing. Okay. I don't think I've ever published a game with a high score table. Yeah, I've rarely actually put high score tables in games, but with it being an arcade, game, it kind of needs one really. But yeah, I normally wouldn't. I normally wouldn't bother, to be honest. Okay. Yeah, I wouldn't have known that either. Okay, so what do we do here? So this is where we're going to grab our digit. So I'm using beef here because it is self-mod. It won't try and make this 3 digits. It will just be 3 bytes. It will still be 2 bytes because we use an immediate mode here. So actually what you'll probably see is just that in memory. But I like to put beef here just because then I know it's self-mod. And we're storing that value is coming from this address here. And we need to grab that comma X because we're actually testing an indexed value here. So this is a value we're going to start comparing against other things here. Actually, this could probably, can we do compare comma X? We did it like that. Yeah, let's do it. Let's do it like this, actually. Yes, that's going to be better. Okay. So we're taking our first digit in here and we're comparing it to our player score. And that's and then we'll do, this is where all the other high score things come in. But what I want to do is before that, when we go to the next player, what we now need to do is we need to actually, we don't even need to do that. We can, because this is only going to happen once. So we can just load that value here. And store it. So we do one round using player 1 score. The next one does player 2 score. And then this will decrease from 2 to 1. And then from 1 to 0. So then on the second time, even though it puts player 2 score in again, it won't go round. It will just stop. So this is fine. Okay, I tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to take a quick break, guys, for 2-3 minutes. Actually get into the end of this wine, so I'm going to take the lid completely off the red now. Ready to be drunk shortly. And then when I come back, we'll do the comparisons and we'll work our way through this. All right, so I'll be back in 2-3 minutes, guys. Be right back. Okay. Oh, nice and quick. Oh, Eldritch. Gutted. Gutted. Let me stop the break again. There we go. All right. What was I doing? Oh yeah, compared. Okay. So now we're doing this comparison. So remember the list. So what we're checking for is if the values are equal, then we move to the next digit. If the value is if this value is more than this value, then we move down a row. And if this value is less than this value, then we've got a high score. So let's write these in here. So let's do equal. So equal means move one digit right. If it's more, move down a row. And less is we have high score. And if we move down a row and we're more than, the row number is more than 8, in other words, if this value here, the high score digit index is beyond a certain value, then we know that we've not got a high score. So that's it. There's the 3 checks that we need to do. So first of all, let's check. So if the values are equal, then we'll do equal. Otherwise, we're going to jump to more and check more. Let's call them check equal. So if this value is more than this value, then the carry flag will be set. Now we've already checked if equal, so the carry flag would still be set in that case. But the only other reason the carry flag would be set now is if it's more. So if the carry flag is clear, we'll jump to check less, because we have a high score at this point. Because if it's not equal and it's not more, then it has to be less. So we have a high score. So in fact, we can just put as a high score, because we don't even need to do a check here now. And then if we've got a high score, then we've got a whole thing that we need to do with shifting everything else along. But we'll come to that in a minute. We'll put a breakpoint in here and we'll use this for testing for high scores in a minute. Okay, so let's do our digit moving. So we need to move one digit to the right. So what we do is we increase y, which is moving this digit along, and we increase x. Now, if x is equal to 8, then we've reached the end, which means these scores are exactly equal. And if the score, what should happen if the scores are exactly equal? We should probably move down a row. Yeah, if the scores are exactly equal, we should move down a row and continue the check, because then what will happen is the one beneath it will, if you're above that, then that you'll replace that score. However, if you reach the end of the score table, then you don't get your score on. You have to be, so it will maintain the order of the people that got the score as well. So let's put more here, or let's call it move down here. Okay, now otherwise, what we can do now is we can jump back to fetch digits. So we're making sure that if the player has exactly the same score as one that's already in the table, then it's just going to keep moving down the table until it's no longer equal to that score, and then that's the place it will get inserted in, because it will end up being here. Because it will get to this point, it won't be equal, but it will be more than. Sorry, the high score will be less than the value we're testing against, and so we'll end up here and have a high score. Okay, so checking more. Okay, so to check more, what we have to do is you have to move down a row. So what that means now is we leave. Actually, do we leave X as it is? Let's have a look. So say we're checking this, and we're trying to insert the score. Okay, so we're trying to insert this score into this table. So equal equal. This is now. This is more than this, so we move down a row. Yeah, we don't move across. We need to check this digit as well. So we don't increase X. We don't increase our player digit X. We just increase our Y by adding 8 to it. So that's easy enough to do. So we transfer Y to the accumulator, do the carry bit, add 0.8. Thanks for the host, Para7. Appreciated. Transfer that back to the Y register. But now we need to check, have we reached the end of the high score table? So we also need to compare this now to 4-0. And if the carry is set at this point, then we've run out of room in the high score table, and we jump to skip. Because we've reached the end of the table. Otherwise, what we do is we go back to fetch digits again. So to go back to our example of trying to put this score into this table, I should probably leave this example on the screen just for testing purposes. So let me just do this. Okay. So again, we come down here. So we're always checking this value against this value. So these are equal. So we move across. Equal, yeah. So here we move across. So we come to this position. This time this is more than, so we move to this one here. Which means we run this piece of code, which means we add 8 to this, which is just basically going to take us down to this row here. And then we jump back to fetch digits again. This says that we're equal. So we're going to move across by 1, and we come to here. And then at this point, we've beaten this score, so we'd actually be at this point here. So we have a high score. Oh, crap. I talked about this on Retro, but we were in both games as a company. Oh, hang on. Okay. No, it's more fun and easier to code, but you got APB. I don't think I've ever played Tubing as well, actually. I think I played. What did I play it on? I think it might have been NES or something I played it on. I definitely don't think it was C64. I'm loving the Kylie stuff. APB as hookers. Okay, so yeah, I'm going to leave that there for now, just because if I want to look at, if I just want to kind of work through it in my head, it's pretty good. But now we need to move the high scores down. So at this point, we're on this row, and we need to basically push everything down from this position. We need to insert our score into here. So we're basically at this point here. So let me just put a bracket around that 7, right? We've got to that point. And now our code is saying, okay, this is a high score, so you need to move everything down. So how do we do this? So the first thing we need to do is we need to reset our player digit index, because we're going to copy that in again. So we'll put that back to 0. Now, the Y index, we need to do something to, because we want to move it to here. And this is going to be 0, 8, so on. So basically, we need to move it to here, and we need to remove the last 3 digits. So we'll do that by ANDing it with the last 3 binary digits, that is. Sorry, last 3 binary digits. And then transfer that back. And that's basically gonna basically gonna floor the value to 0, 8, 16, and so on. But before we can copy in that score, we need to move everything along. So what we need to do now is we need to start from, I don't know how best to do this. We need to start from the end and work our way down to this value. So I'm going to store this value now in let's put okay, so that's where we're aiming for. What we need to do is we need to take the values from here and move them down. So the way this will work is we'll have our little loop here. Hopefully that's fine. Yeah, okay. Let's just put a note in what we're doing here. So it's not put shuffle, it implies that they're being randomized. So you're going to take our high score value data, comma Y. And we're going to move it down 8 places. Now we also need to do this with the names, high score name datas as well. Thankfully, these are 8 characters as well, so that's nice and simple. And that's going to shift everything down by 8. And then we decrease Y, and we keep going until Y is equal to actually that would be so let's do it this way. So we start here. There we go. So what that's doing is it's going to count down until we reach the point the last digit. Sorry, the first digit in the high score that we're shifting down from. Oh, the Christmas is starting. He's requested this one. Steps. Thanks, Hammock, for the bits. Appreciated, dude. Cheers. French wine this tonight as well, this Chardonnay. It's very nice as well. Masson Villages, wherever that is. I have no idea where it's from. Doesn't say, it just says Masson Villages. Appellation Masson Villages. Somewhere in France. Yeah. Masson with a thing over the A. Oops. With a little hat, yeah. Okay, southeast of France. It's nice. It's a nice wine. This is actually quite a good Christmas mix. I like it. I'm not complaining about it. In fact, I'm gonna nudge it up ever so slightly. Okay. What's Carlton saying? Carlton stalking at high score index. I don't know what you're saying. We will need to record which players have scored high scores and at what point. So we will have to record this further in a minute. But at the moment, let's just get the scores in, and then we can from there we can work out the next steps. I don't know what you're saying, Colin. Oh, you're trying to remember self-modding kick. I see. I see. Okay. Okay, so that's shifted all the scores down. So now what we can do is we can copy. We'll have another loop here. And basically, we load Y with high score entry index, and we load accumulator with. Oh, now we need this value from here. So we're going to have to store this in two places here. So it's fine. I'll store I'll put here. Which is just this bit here. So this is going to be loading from beef again, like so, comma X, and we can store that at high score value data, comma Y. I'm going to increase both of those. Like so. There we go. The other thing I might as well do while I'm here is can I fill it full of? I can't fill it full of dots because I don't know what the dot character is in this. So let's have a look. I feel like we're going to have to put them in here somewhere. So I'm just going to put space and a dot, I think. So I think if we put those two things into our list of values you can put in, that'll be enough. So I'm gonna use this as the dot here, which is 9F. So it's probably not going to show us anything for now, but oops. Well, we do need to fix that in a minute. So it's just going to make sure that the name goes in, and there we go. That should put our scores in the table as well now. So insert new score. Then the only thing we need to then do is we need to record, well, not so much this value, but this value kind of divided by 8 to give us the position in the table that we scored, and put that somewhere. So we'll have a record of the positions for player 1 and player 2. They'll both start at like FF or something, and then if you get a high score, they'll be replaced with this value in here. And then we can use that to work out which joysticks we need to enable for changing characters, which we'll do after we've got this bit working. So let's change some of the high scores so that they're a bit easier to beat, because at the moment I don't fancy trying to get 15,000. So let's just put 10 in here. Let's put 100 actually. 200, 1,000. See, 100, 500, 1,000. That should be pretty easy to beat. And hopefully now we should see. Oh, can't do compare comma X. Okay. Oh, because now it's doing. Oh, okay. I'm doing immediate mode. Hang on. So it wouldn't be comma X. Oh, crap. Where's I put that there? Oh, because it shouldn't be that. It should be that. There we go. I'm going to put FF in capitals there. Yeah, I'm not thinking straight. It was bad of me that. I'm going to symbol next player. Okay. Oh, where's that? Oh, because it should be minus, that's why. Y bytes for the high score string would be the same and more readable. Yeah, that's well, because originally it wasn't. I'll do that now. It's a really good point. Originally, it wasn't. It wasn't these values. Originally, it was some weird numbers. Yeah, originally it was the actual values in the font here instead. So yeah, it's a really good point. Let's get these in a more readable format. Wait, hang on. Is this the Halloween music? Yeah. Yeah, it's a very good point, Carlton. Thank you. Why is it not loading? Because I've already got it open. That's why. Uh, okay. Okay. So high scores look fine. Okay, right. Let's try and beat one now. So I'm just going to do one player for now. Let's just get some score beaten. Oh God, damn it! All right, maybe I don't. Well, let's see if it breaks anything here. Hopefully, it should be fine if I don't get a high score. There we go. High score table remains the same. Let's go remove those breaks from the wherever it was. Was it in here? No. It's in here. Where was I breaking? I was breaking because it's bonus, wasn't it? That's it. Yeah. Somewhere. It's definitely somewhere in here. No. How the hell have I put them breaks? Oh my god. All right. I definitely put a break in somewhere because it's breaking, but I can't remember where the hell I put it. So sorry, I'm not criticizing, just running that side dev where it says obviously. Yeah, no, you're right. I'm glad you mentioned it. So because yeah, you're perfectly right. It definitely should have been done like that. But because I turned it from, it was like originally it was 220, 221, things like that, which would not have worked as a string. But because I moved it, I just changed the numbers. I didn't think to actually turn them. So it's, yeah, good call. Good call. I wouldn't have noticed it even. Uh, Good night, Zapatalia. Thanks for joining. I would never release my code. I'd be mortified. It's actually it is quite nerve wracking. I must admit, at first doing this all live has been an experience and a half for me because I'm not used to. I mean, I do a little bit, or I did do when I was coding at work. I did do a little bit of pair programming, which is kind of similar, I guess. But you've only got one other person, and that's kind of the purpose. The purpose is to have somebody there to kind of double, to question everything, to double check your work as you do it. But doing it on stream is very different when you've got 50 people that can just go, that's shit, do it this way, that's shit, do it this way. It can be quite nerve wracking, but I've learned to embrace it, to be honest. It's actually been quite liberating. I've found that I've learned a lot from people doing it this way. Um, and I think it's made me a slightly better coder in other things as well, because I'm more open to things. Pair programming, don't get me started. So many places don't do pair programming right, though. That's the unfortunate thing. Um, pair programming, when it's done right, works really well, but it's just not done right very often. That's the problem. Um, Far too many coders see pair programming see pair programming as an excuse to sit back and do nothing while the other person works, and that's not what it should be at all. If done right, pair programming is actually very intense. It should take it completely out of you because you can't procrastinate at all because you've got somebody else who's looking at it. So too many coders have overinflated egos. I think that's just part and parcel of being a coder, to be honest, Andy. But yeah, I'm definitely an advocate for pairing. Yeah, it is. It's very exhausting. If it's done right, it is very exhausting because it's very intense. Like, not if you code on your own, you tend to do a little bit, procrastinate for a few seconds here and there. You tend to kind of daydream. You tend to kind of go off in a world of your own. But when you're pair programming, you tend to be coding maybe 50% quicker than you would do if you were on your own, and you don't really get a break. Like a mental break from it. You get your normal breaks, obviously, but you don't get a mental break from it like you do when you code on your own. So it can be very exhausting, but it's very useful as well. You learn a hell of a lot doing it that way, um, and it does make the quality of the code is so much better as well, so much better, and it promotes a better understanding of the code across the team as well, especially if you rotate the pairs as you work your way through sprints and stuff. So. Yes, that's true. But then again, that's one of the things that pair programming helps to kind of get rid of is you stop thinking of code review, whether it's through pair programming or whether it's live. You stop thinking of it as a criticism, and you start thinking of it as a team effort, and it works really well. Good night, Quadrisul. It's especially good when you do test-driven development as well. So what we used to do, or what I used to do quite a lot when I was leading a team that was doing a lot of testing, was promote the idea that you should kind of alternate between writing tests and writing code. And you would basically say, okay, for the first half of the day, you write a test, I write the code for it, and then for the second half of the day, we'll switch, and I'll write the test and you write the code. And it's a really good way of kind of making sure that you write good, useful tests up front as well. Anyway, I digress. Let's get back to this. Yeah, it is. It works really well. You get one person writing the test, and then the other person has to write the code that passes the test. And it becomes slightly competitive, which is nice because the person writing the test is like, I'm going to think of every single edge case that you're not going to write code for, and then you end up with really, really solid tests and solid code as well. Yeah, I'm a bottle of wine down as well. Thankfully, I've got a microphone now. It's easier for me. But I like paper gravity. It just needs to be done right. That's the thing. I've seen it done really badly as well, and it can be just frustrating. So okay, what was I doing? Oh yeah, we were gonna run this again now. Let's just run it. I forgot what I was doing now. Got sidetracked. Okay, so trying to get a score on the table. So that should give me a score. So let me die. Oh, there we go. I've died. So I should see the score 450 on the table somewhere with a load of dots. Oh, okay. Now there was some jitteriness here. I'm not sure what that's about. But also, look, it's done something wrong here. I think anyway. Let me just check that against the table. Maybe I've just put the same score in twice or something. So let's have a look. What's it actually done? 75, 50, 20, 10, 1000, 500. So it's actually moved. It's moved down from the top rather than. Okay. So it's put the score in the right place, but it's moved the wrong things down. Okay. So what it's done is it's moved from here down instead of just from here down. It should have just moved the. Actually, it shouldn't have moved anything down. It should have just moved this one down, which would have been nothing. Okay. Oh, hang on. Is this because the score? All right. Let me try again with a score that's more than 500. I just want to see if this might be an edge case. This is where this is where TDD would have helped actually. If this is the case anyway. So I need to score more than 450 now. So let's see if I can do this. Okay, definitely going to get more than that because I'm going to go on to the next screen. What is that? That looks familiar. That looks really familiar. Oh, I know what it is. It's funny because as soon as that came up, I listened to the music and thought, this is definitely a dizzy song as well. Okay, 4,100. Right, let's see. 4,100 is my score here. Let's get killed. Although this doesn't sound like Treasure Island, is it? I don't know which version this is. Ah, yeah, so it's an edge case. So it's an edge case because we had the bottom score. So yeah, this is where unit testing would have solved this issue. Um, I think a lot of people overcomplicate programming. No, I completely agree. But I think the thing with pair programming, it's not about trying to complicate. It's about trying to foster firstly good quality code, because if you just leave one person, 'cause I've seen projects where people have just been thrown into something and gone, okay, you go and write that, and then 6 months later they've given you something that's like, oh my god, nobody's ever going to be able to maintain this. um yeah, there you go. Programming is about controlling complexity, exactly. And I think that's what pair programming does. It allows you to not only come up with a good solution, but technically the best solution that the team or a good segment of the team could have come up with. It's just a way of allowing somebody to check your work basically as you go. But at the same time, it also means you double the amount of knowledge on the team as well. You get for each system that's been created in the code, you now have two people who know how it was written, not just one, and that's really critical. There's far too many projects I've seen where somebody's gone on holiday or somebody's left the company and everything stops. Nobody knows how to do anything, and that's really bad. So people coming back to code in 2 years is a lie. Oh no, it's not. It's really not. No. In my last coding role, so before I moved into cybersecurity, I was yes, the majority of my work was done on recent code, but there would be times where I'd have to dip into 7, 8, 9, 10-year-old code, and I'd have written by people that no longer work at the company, and I'd have to dig into it and figure out some really ancient bug. Um, and so it was always legacy code that was well documented that I liked. So um, thank you for the follow, Constant Dip. Welcome to the stream. Hope you're doing okay. We have systems with with we have systems written 20 years ago. Yeah, exactly. And I mean, thankfully our company isn't that. Oh, actually, no, it probably is about that old. Actually, it's getting to be that old. So there will still be systems lurking around deep in the kind of code base somewhere that haven't been changed in all that time. Thankfully, our company moves with the times quite quickly. I mean, Chiz will tell you. So we used to work at the same company in Chiswick. Um, they used so much legacy code; it was just unbelievable. Some of the stuff that they had was written in archaic languages that hadn't been touched since the company had been opened. Yeah, Tickle, exactly. Yeah, so they used Tickle quite a lot for stuff. That's why I said archaic languages. um, and some of their stuff was just a nightmare. And the people that had written it were no longer there, or they were promoted beyond a position where they would be asked. So yeah, but thankfully I moved to a similar company, but the one that actually moved with the time. So that was good. Um, so yeah, I mean, it depends. If you, it depends what you work on. I think um, you work around people leaving. Yeah, yeah. I mean, we tried to do. There's no need for legacy code. Keep updating it. Yeah, and that's kind of the company I work for now is pretty good at that. But considering we have hundreds and hundreds of products and systems, and some of these products and systems have been written years and years ago, and have been live and in the wild and doing absolutely fine and haven't got a problem. Um, we simply don't have the resources to update hundreds. It's probably closer to thousands actually, thousands of programs to be up to date. As long as they work, that's fine. We'll update them when we need to. Um, so it is really hard. It depends on the way your company is structured and what the business model is of your company. So the company I work for makes um Well, I may as well tell you, it's an online gambling company. We make the gambling platforms, the websites, the back ends, the front ends. We make all the bits that go into making a gambling website, um, and that involves thousands of pieces of software, thousands and thousands of pieces of software, from the games themselves to the back end systems. Lots and lots and lots of stuff. So baked addicted little buggers at prayer. Yeah. How do you think pair programming will solve the stuff in the future? Um, I mean, it may not, but what it does is it gives you two people. It doubles the amount of people who have a knowledge of that piece of code. For one, which is twice as many as you currently have. So it means that if one person leaves, you've still got somebody you can go to. I mean, obviously, if both people leave, then you're screwed again. Um, but then the other thing it does as well is it spreads the knowledge through not spreads the knowledge through the team. Sorry, it that's the first point. It helps you create better code. So when two people are looking at it, the second person looking at the code can say, "I don't quite understand that," because the first person's written and the second person will be looking and say, "I don't quite get what you're trying to do there," and it will be an indication that either the code needs to change to be more readable, or it needs a comment in there to explain what's going on. And that is what's important when you're looking at it later on, is that the code was written in a way that makes it readable and understandable. You don't have things like magic numbers. You don't have things like odd kind of algorithms that aren't obvious straight away that you have to really think about. So it is useful. Um, do I think it's the complete solution? No, I think there's other issues as well, but it's definitely useful. I don't quite get what you're trying to do. It would be science fiction. Yeah. Do you know what, Cosmin? Right, we used to do pair programming a lot when I was team leading and not tech leading. We used to do pair programming a lot. I used to push my team to do that all the time, and it was really really good. And then when I moved to be a tech lead, it was just like nobody ever freaking did it anymore. And it's like these are the people who would benefit the most from it, and yet they didn't. So yeah, having two people who know the code instead of one is definitely the most beneficial. But as code quality as well, code quality goes up a lot as well when you pair program. And one of the downsides to pair programming, or one of the misunderstood uh, pieces of thing about pair programming, is that it takes twice as long to do anything because now you've got two people doing one piece of code. But as I said before, it's way more intense than that. You generate code quicker as a pair than you would individually. So it's not entirely true. So right. Anyway, let's get back on with this. I digressed many times on this now. Okay, so we have an issue where if we try and shift the high scores down here, when actually our high score entry index here is in the last slot, then it won't work. So what we need to do is we need to compare that slot. So we're trying to check if we need to be in the last slot. The last slot is 38. That's this bit here. Uh, Actually, no, this is wrong. This is wrong. This should be uh this should be 30 like that. That should move everything down. That might be enough to fix it. Let's try that. Can you think about that? Yes. Yes, that might be right. So I need to get a score between 100 and 500 now. So if I just grab one thing. I didn't get a single point then, did I? God damn it. I didn't get a single point. Fuck's sake. All right, let's go again. We're not going to agree on those 33 years of coding. Some people are shit. Some hours are not going to get to develop a job again. I can code book free better than most of these people. Yeah, it does. I mean, it does require pair programming isn't for everybody. That's for sure. And there's definitely people who don't take well to it. And it's usually, like you say, it's because there is. Oh, fuck's sake! I need to actually score some points. It's usually because there's a disparity between skill levels. That there's a problem. I mean, it's hard to pair program when you've got somebody who's an expert in a language and somebody who's a beginner, because the beginner's never going to be able to say anything useful. And I've scored more. Well, that's fine. Let's get myself killed. The beginner's never going to be able to say anything useful, and the expert's never. The expert's constantly going to have criticisms of the beginner. So yeah, some people would use it as a backseat, but it does depend on. Oh fuck. Okay. Oh, this isn't right. Something's going wrong here. I didn't see what score I got though either. Well, I'm assuming I got 900 because that's the score that it's put in here. But why is it put here and not here? Oh, I know why. Because 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 this should not be. It should be that because we're going backwards through the list, but we need to make sure. That's right. Let's try that. Anyway, I'm out of coding now anyway. Cybersecurity, that's what I like now. I'm really enjoying it as well, I've got to say. Oh, so I can't kill one because I got 550 then, so okay, but let's put it in the right place in the score table. Let's try and get a low one there. Yeah, but that's I think that's the thing. I think that's kind of the view of pair program that makes it not work. If you if you approach it with that mentality, then it isn't going to work. It has to be seen as more of like I want to do. Oh god, fucking hell! we want to code something. We want it to be the best that we can create as a team, and be efficient with our time still. And that's all it comes down to, really. Is just it's becoming a team effort, rather than a single person's effort. It definitely should not be judgmental. And if it becomes judgmental, then it's a bad thing. No, it's still wrong. Look, it's moved the scores down from the top now. Fuck's sake. All right, okay. So it's fine, but if we get a score on the bottom, what should happen? If we get a score on the bottom, nothing should happen. Oh, so it's just this edge case again. Okay. Okay, so let's just try doing this. Anyway, like I say, I'm not doing it anymore, so I really don't care. Oh yes, it would because yeah, okay, that's so it does need this. All right, it's fine. Fair enough, Mr. Speaker. Fair enough, fair enough. So let's talk about agile then instead. No, I joke, I joke. All right, let's give this a shot. I think we're almost there now. Oh, what happened to solder talk? Yeah, we haven't talked about solder for a while. Oh, how's my printer doing actually? Oh, I can see things being formed. It's good. I'm still slightly kind of in awe of how the printer works. Um, the novelty hasn't worn off yet. Oh, see the score's 550. All right, let's just make sure this way. Just need to try out a load of scores, make sure I get into the high score table correctly, which I have done, which is fine there. Good. You need a webcam on your printer. Yeah, I've got two other webcams as well. I did consider 450. There we go. That's perfect. Right, kill me. I did consider setting a camera up to it. Ah, damn it! It's cleared this score here and put. Oh no, because I had 550 before. Oh, okay. I wanna double check because I don't trust that now. It's put two scores in the tail because I had two high scores. So this is kind of this is looking at what the hell is that? Oh, okay. Never seen that one before. There we go, 450. Yeah, Octoprint is what I'm considering to kind of set up for it because Octoprint lets you do nice, nice time lapses of things, which is kind of cool. C64 programming. Would you be interested in a funded project, but not Kickstarter and Strad, Strad publisher? Mr. Speaker. Okay, it's not for me. So I'm not going to try and figure out what you mean there. I don't know what and Strad you mean. Uh, I kind of want to know though now. Damn it. Okay, that seems to be fine now. So it was just that weird edge case, which well, not a weird edge case, but um, there we go. Oh my god, for some Alan Sugar on you. Oh, amazing. Oh, okay, get rid of that. Let's go to white code that's commented out like that. Okay, so this is our edge case because we don't need to shift the scores down. This is inserting the score. This is looking good. Right, so the only thing I need to do now is check what happens with two players now. So in theory, two players should work exactly the same. It's just it's going to do one after the other. So, oh, instead, okay, instead of publisher, I'm not going to say publisher. Okay. Oh, what have you got funded? What C64 are you? What project are you doing? Or are you not allowed to say? Let's try and get some score on both players. Okay, so we've got some scores now. So let's go through to the next round. Okay, we need to fix these values as well. This is massively frustrating. So we need to get that sorted out. For now, let's get these. Once these two high scores are all right, then we'll save the name entry until we fix these other bugs. So there's the bug with the player sprite here as well. Run and Gummy's getting some interest. Cool. Would it be possible to make a high allowance compiler SM? Yeah, you can do. Yeah, as Wallet says, you can already do it in C. There we go. Cool. It's putting both scores into the high score table, so that's fine. That's everything we want. Okay, so next step I want to do is fix the bonus screen stuff. So Let's just load the bonus screen up and see what's going on. I think it's just a matter of switching the character set at the right time. Oh, we're nearly onto the red wine as well. I'm going to take a quick break in a minute. I'm just going to check on my printer. And then when I come back, we'll have some red wine. But let's get these bugs sorted out. So let me just clear this level first. Oh God, okay. If I keep doing this, eventually they should cross paths at roughly the same time. There we go. It's like a little puzzle trying to get that to work. All right. The reason I wanted to do it in here is I wanted to check the character sets here, because you can see that the text is correct, but then it comes down here. So there is a character set switch here, which I need to turn off, and it turns back here again. So somewhere around here on the bonus hierarchies, there's a character set switch. So here's a tip: don't code in C. Yeah, I have to agree with Carlton on that. Please don't. I mean, if you really want to do it, then go ahead and do it. But if you really want to get the most out of the C64, just use assembly. Otherwise, you're just going to be fighting against kind of raster time all the time. Although to be fair, C would be a good way to see how certain things are written in assembly. If you understand kind of the way compilers work, it could be a handy way of kind of learning a bit of 6502. Write something in C, see what it outputs. But don't try and do the whole thing like that. Yeah. Actually, on the Mega 65, Paul Gardner's the creator, has been doing his stuff in C, because it's fast enough to kind of benefit from that. So, but I'm not going to use C. I'm going to use assembly straight. So, right, let's just fix his bonus, and then I'm going to go for a quick break. So bonus is here. So actually, I don't think it is the bonus. It's in the title card. I think it's in this here, and it will be D018 that we're changing. And it'll be on one of the sprite splits, which is these things here. I think it's this one here. Yeah, see this here. I think if I just comment that out, I think it will work. But obviously, we'll have problems with the high score table and stuff here. So yeah, see the high score table's wrong there. But once I go into the bonus, let me just quickly get into the bonus. Yeah, and there we go. The bonus is fine. Now, I believe there is an is bonus check. Here we go. Title card is bonus. So I can just do that check around this as well. Like so. There we go. And that should solve the issues, I think. Look how beautiful 6502 is lovely, isn't it? I gotta say, it's such a nice language. Such an well, yeah, language. Let's call it language. Okay, maybe it needs to be that one. I just need to work out which setting it needs to be here. Okay, high score's correct there. I have a feeling this isn't going to work actually, but oh, balls. It's still wrong there though, and then it's correct here. Okay, so it's wrong on the game over, correct on the main screen. Let's see if we get the right stuff on the other bit as well. Okay, so the only place where it's wrong now is the game over screen, which means we also need to know if it's game over. Is there a way of knowing that it's game over? Yes, players active will be 0. So if we go into here, oh, actually, is that gonna? Yeah, that should. Yeah, okay. Yeah, let's just check the. So here we also need to check if load player dot players active that's equal to 0. Skip. It's either equal to 0 or not equal to, I can't remember which one it's going to be here. I think it's going to be equal to 0. So let's try this out. Let's get ourselves killed, then try the bonus. So, no, see, that was wrong on the first screen. All right. Oh my god. These Humper tunes are amazing. Okay, fine on that screen. Let's get ourselves killed. We need to sort that sprite out. We'll do that in a second. That should be quite easy to do. No, the game over screen doesn't work because game over. Ah, shit. Okay. No, this is because it should actually be that, but it's going to break on the main screen. On the fuck's sake, on the intro screen. Oh god, why do I have to have two stupid different fonts? See, it's going to be fine now if I do this. Oh no, it's wrong there as well. Okay, think about this. Uh, oh, that's because that needs to happen before it. You need to think about this. Okay, I need to see this in the debugger. Hang on. So this is the wrong character set. This is the right character. So the right character set is F8. So oh, that doesn't fucking help me at all. I thought that was a value, but it's not. This is F0, F8. Yeah, this is F0. So this is setting it to F0. So that's setting, yeah, so that's setting it to that. Whereas we need that. Okay. And then if I skip into the game, I can get myself killed. So bonus needs F8. High score needs F0. Okay. So bonus needs F8. Okay, easy. So jump to here. Oh, where's the music stopped? There is no music here. Okay, I don't know who picked this one. Sorry, Constant Dip, but that one is not working, so I'm going to skip that one. Apologies for that. I don't know why that one's not working. So don't need that, but if we're in the bonus, that should fix it, I think. Okay, so main page correct. Let's try the game over. If game over is correct, then it's just the bonus. Game over. No! No! How can the intro and the game over be different? That is bizarre. Oh, yeah, let me try this again. How can the game over and the intro be different? Doesn't make any sense. I'm gonna go for a break in a minute. Okay, so this is the intro. This is F0, which is correct at this point. Wow. I thought that was quick for some reason. It wasn't that quick, but it was. I mean, it's still 8,000 points. Well done. How is this? How is the leaderboard looking? I've not looked at it for a while. Oh no, it is different here. Look, it needs to be F0 here. What's changing? Oh, high res. That's okay. That's fine, but it should be F0 here as well. So F0 on the main page. F0 on game over. Okay, let's just have a look. I think I'm just doing something very wrong here. F0 here. So if we're in the bonus, go to here. Otherwise, do this. So I guess I just need to make sure that is correct in game over. Because at the moment we're in. Yeah, it's going to here. So I don't know why that is being set, but for some reason it's game over. Okay, so if I just do that in here. Oh, let's have a look. Let's have a look at the high scores. Okay, so it's fine on that screen. Let's get a game over. Okay, game over is fine. So now we check the bonus as well. Just go in and complete it. So I'm trying to keep my eye on the high scores as well. Oh, Hayes in the lead by about 2,000 points. So close between you two. I mean, you basically both have the same freaking knowledge of games. It's insane. Come on, come on. One more. Here we go. Hey, no problem, Carlton. Good night. Hope you sleep well. Hope you dream of enterprise programming. No, I hope you don't actually. Yeah, good night. Sleep well. I'm going to take a quick break. That's all those areas done. When I come back, we're going to fix the little sprite bug that happens at the bottom. And then we're going to go ahead and do the character entry, so the joystick entry for the high scores. And then we're actually looking really good. We're down to really just needing an intro and doing some testing. So we'll probably get the high scores in tonight. We've got about an hour and about 2 hours left, give or take. Um, and then we can look at the intro next week, I think. And then I think we'll start looking. I think we'll do some. We'll do some. Well, we'll do some play testing. I think next week, and maybe if I can get it in time. We don't need the intro in straight away. We can start looking. Um, we can start looking at the player play testing. So setting up Hamachi and stuff. I'll get that set up and stuff. All right, I'll be back in 5 minutes, guys. Just enjoy the quiz and such, and I should be back in 5. Be right back. All right, so I'm back. You got the last one. I'm not sure you got that one. You got the last quiz, right? Oh, it's another one on. Okay. Oh, track and field's not a bad guess actually. That did look like. Oh God, why is that? No idea what that is. Does look mean, doesn't it? That robot looks really evil. Right, let's get on with the red wine. So this is the same red wine I had last week. I'm not going to drink this whole bottle because I do want to be relatively okay tomorrow. Oh, Kev got on the board. Nice. Coronis Rift. Okay. Oh, SP, you were so close. SP got the last one. Okay. Okay, so bonus. So all the splits are working correctly for the text. So the only thing that remains now is to fix the sprite issue. So when you get a game over when you're in the MSB area over here, um, he'll appear down here like that. And that's really simple. We just need to make sure in the player game over function that we actually set that value correctly. We're just not setting it. That's the thing. Game over player. Here we go. Um, uh, it's nice. Where is it actually set in the position? It doesn't seem to be set in a position. Maybe in draw player. No. Well, I mean it's fine. We can set it in here anyway. So uh, here we've got these values for recording score for player 1 and player 2. We can just use this location as the place to do it. So we're just going to load accumulator with D010. We're going to AND it with that and store it, and that's just going to turn off the MSB for player 1, and this will do the same for player 2. And that should be enough to fix those issues. So let's try again. Let's go over here and die. Oh no, it still put me down there. Okay. No, this could just be. Okay, there's probably another way of doing this. Let's try this way instead. Oops. Yeah, rips are short indeed. Um, Thank you very much for the bits, Click Tech Kev. Yeah, it's really sad news actually. I think actually I just need to do that. I think it just needs to be that one. Um, I mean, 2020 is just the year that keeps on taking, right? It's been one bitch of a year. It really has. And it's likely, I mean, Boris has announced a lockdown today, full national lockdown. You could see it coming. The tier system was a I mean, it was a poor attempt to just kind of make it not seem like a national lockdown, but at the end it was just everybody was just moving towards tier 3 anyway, so it was kind of pointless. And they've said it's going to be till December, but this happened in March as well. They were like, "Oh, we're just going to lock down. It's just going to be for this long." All the companies, I mean, the company I worked for said, "Yeah, we're going to send you home. You're just going to go home for 2 or 3 weeks." Um, and just 2 or 3 weeks, that's it. And now we're like, what, 7 or 8 months into it now. So, how my daughter's mum died, dog died, my best friend's wife. Yeah, I mean, it's been a really bad year. Yeah, yeah. I had my dad die this year, and I couldn't go and see him at all. Couldn't see him while he was in hospital. Couldn't go to the funeral. Nightmare, absolute nightmare. Um, yeah, it's a horrible year. Um, and yet we don't learn from our mistakes, and now we've got a prime minister here in the UK who's saying that um oh, why has that been changed? 14, there we go. Who seems to think that a 4 week lockdown is going to be, and we all know it's not going to be. I know that we're going to be in this state until March next year easily. So yeah, my dad didn't die from COVID either, but the COVID just meant that I couldn't kind of visit him in the way I wanted to visit him in hospital. So okay, I didn't test right. I'd need to be over the other side. But yeah, yeah. And Brazil, you can add Brazil into that mix as well. Brazil's got Bolsonaro in charge as well. It's this weird populist. Oh, why is that still printing there? Why? Okay, one last thing I'm going to try. One very, very last thing I'm going to try, which is, oops, because that I mean, I'm storing in the MSB there. It really shouldn't be. Yeah, in fact, that's no, that's not working, is it? Players shouldn't even be showing if it's in that bottom section. It shouldn't be showing because it should be being hidden. Um, well, the IRQ should be hiding it. So why isn't it hiding it? Yeah, that is the problem, Andy. Everybody thinks it doesn't apply to them. I mean, like I said, I've been out of my house, or my flat, should I say, maybe 4 times in 8 months, and it pisses me off when I see crowds. I mean, literally crowds of people, just kind of just disregarding everything, no masks, just partying away. It's just like, just do your fucking bit for God's sake. Do you think it should be whoever wants to isolate can, whoever wants to carry on as normal can? No, I think everybody should be locked down like we're doing now. I think the biggest mistake we've got at the moment is our government is still desperately trying to keep the economy going. So they're trying to keep some industries open. They're trying to keep schools open, and they shouldn't. It should just be a complete lockdown. It should be illegal to be outside your house. And I'm sorry, even the exercise thing is bollocks because people are using that as an excuse to be out all the time. There's people out, right, who are wearing, jeans and a hoodie and hanging around in groups. When they get stopped, they're saying, "Oh, we're just exercising." It's no, you're fucking not. You are not exercising. I'm sorry, but you're not. If you really want to keep something open, keep gyms open, then people can go and exercise. But really, really, I think it won't fucking kill people to just be not outside for 8 months. Just have to fucking deal with it. Sorry, I'm getting angry. It pisses me off. Yeah, exactly, Warlock. It is fucking stupid. It is absolutely stupid. People are absolute idiots. They're selfish, and all they care is like, oh, I haven't been out for a drink for 2 months. So fucking what? So what? There's people out there who haven't actually drank today. There's people out there in the world who haven't actually drank fucking water today, and you're asked that you haven't had a fucking pint of beer. Just get over your fucking selves. Seriously. The world does not revolve around you and your selfish fucking ideals. Right, sorry, I'm losing track. I'm getting off track, and I'm getting angry, and I shouldn't be doing. All right. What was I doing? What was I doing? I forgot what I was doing. I was getting so angry. I forgot what I was doing. It was game over. Game over. Oh, God, I forgot. I completely forgot what I was doing. I'm so angry about that. I've just lost track. Um, Fuck. I was definitely doing assembler. Yes, I was definitely doing assembly. Uh, no, that was it. Thank you, Fitran. The guy being stuck in the hood. See, I was getting so angry at that stuff. I was just not. I lost track of where I was at. But it does. It angers me a lot. It angers me a hell of a lot, and I just wish people would have some fucking compassion for the rest of society instead of being the selfish pricks that they are, and just fucking stay inside for a couple of weeks. Right, okay, so there is a point in this IRQ where the sprites are moved off to the side, and it should always happen at the bottom of the screen. Uh, oh, I don't think that needs to be in here anyway. I'm just going to comment that out because if that doesn't happen, then that would be great. It's a few bytes saved. Might not, it might fail, but I don't think it will actually because though it's being commented out here as well. Yeah, see, we've got these sprite saves and stuff, so I think somewhere in here. Save sprite positions. Yeah, arbitrary comparisons do my head in as well. It is not the flu. Get fucking over it. It is not the flu. Can you animate a skeleton rig with assembly? Yeah, I mean, yes. Yes, you could. Take a look at Comaland, a demo by God, who's it by now? I think it's a combination effort actually. I think it's Booze and uh I can't remember who else it's by. It's definitely Boo's design, but they've got a mocapped character, which they've coded with assembly. Well, I assume they've coded with assembly. They probably use a bit of Python to kind of to script things a little bit, but yeah. Uh, yeah, arbitrary comparisons to things like the flu, or to even to other countries. You can't really compare to other countries. Every country is different. The thing at the moment now is to compare. So I just wanted to see. I should probably do this in. Actually, what's moving it down to the bottom? It's got to be in the game over routine. It has to be the game over routine. The thing at the moment is to compare the UK to Sweden. That's what people here seem to want to do, and it's a completely different situation. Sweden as a country were very organized with what they did. They responded correctly, and they people respected the mandates that were put out. This country, they just don't give a shit. There's so many people that just go, "Oh well, I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that. I want to live my life how I want to live it." That's why we're having so many fucking problems. So that's a really good point, Cosmin. That's a really fucking good point. I just don't think it's got quite the attacks on lack of community coordination. Yeah, the unfortunate problem with it is that it's not like it's not quite an idiot tax, because if it was an idiot tax, right, it would just affect idiots, and that would be it. They would be the people that would suffer the most. But unfortunately, it's the idiots that get it are generally the people who are less likely to have serious consequences from it, but are still perfectly capable of passing it on to those who are vulnerable. Um, it's really yeah, exactly. The idiots pass it on to the people who will die from it. Yeah, exactly. It's almost like an inverse idiot tax, and it's really unfortunate that it is like that. Um, okay, anyway, I've got to stop thinking about it because it is making me really angry. I don't I've got a lot of kind of opinions about it that may not be quite right for this stream, and I've already kind of gone on about stuff here. So okay, so something in the game over sequence is making us drop off to the bottom of the screen, which is fine. We know that happens. But then when we're off the bottom of the screen, we're staying off the bottom of the screen. We're not being drawn anywhere else. We're being drawn down there, and we're not moving from that position. So maybe actually the way to do this is through the draw player, right? So the draw player is what decides, are we active? Otherwise, we come to here. In which case, what we can probably do at this point is say, okay, um, this player is not active, right? So this is going to either be 1 or 2. So I'm going to take this value, I'm going to subtract 1 for it. Now it's 0 or 1. Jumps player, skip player completely. Okay, can I use X in? Yes, I can use X in here. Okay, so I'm going to use X. So in which case I'm going to transfer this to X, and then I'm going to load the accumulator with D010. Then I'm going to AND that with I must have a table for this somewhere. I'm almost certain I'm going to have a table for this somewhere. Oh, well done, Hayes. Wow, that's a good memory, because last time nobody got that. Last time that came up, nobody got that, and you've remembered that, so well done. Oh, you got it last time, did you? I'm pretty sure nobody got it last time. Oh, I think you might have answered too early. Maybe you might have answered like Afterburner or something, and then okay, cool. Anyway, well done. Okay, so there should be a table somewhere here. I'm just gonna find out where the hell it is. I don't know where my tables are anymore. I kind of thought they were in utils, but they're not. Oh, of course. God, I've really got to be consistent between versions of the games. Here we go. Inverse power of 2. There we go. So and inverse power of 2 tables dot store D010. So what this is going to do, this is just going to make sure that we turn off the sprite for that player if that player is not active. So if the player is active, we come to here. If the player is not active, then we just turn off the MSB for it, so it will appear on the other side of the screen. That has to work now. That has to work. Oh wow, there's a lot of people on the scoreboard now. Are we up to 20 people? Okay. Check that. There seems to be some infinite loop going on here. So, decrease, jump to the loop. Okay, that should be fine. For a start, that should become an X. But let me just, I just want to check that because it feels like something's broken there. Oh, start SM246. Yeah, I mean, I know, or I knew the Neil Diamond one before the UB40 one because my mother. Yeah, I've broken something else here. What have I done? Shit, what have I done? But the UB40 one, I think, is the best version, definitely. Okay, I thought that was all I've added, but apparently maybe not. Apparently I've done something else here. Bold Young Man, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Hope you're doing well. What have I done? I've broken something. Holy shit, what have I done? No, I went in IRQ, which could break these things. Looking to someone doing ASO make me remember why I started to code. Good, good. Um, bold young man meet bold old man. I like it. Yeah, I'm not quite, but I mean I am almost. I shave it all off now because then the gap between here and here is less obvious. But the problem is I don't shave it enough. So what happens is this kind of grows out. Well, I'd say that it doesn't really grow like that, but it populates more than it is now, and then I'm left with this kind of bald patch here. But there is hair there. It's really, really sparse. I become Robotnik, yeah. Here's the thing, right? I always thought Robotnik had hair that went out like that, right? But it's his mustache. It's his mustache. It's not his fucking hair. This is the thing that always got me. Uh, Trying to find a picture of him from the game because everything seems to be not from the game. But it's his mustache. Look, it's his mustache. It's not his hair. Every time I think of hair going out like that, I think Robotnik, but it's not. It's his hair. Thanks for the bits, Meadolf. It's his mustache. Thank you very much. I'm not that old. No, I'm. Well, I'm old enough not to remember my age without working it out. I am 43, which is quite young. You do really well as a Klingon cosplay if you got the pro. uh, ISNT. Yeah, he's a spry young fella. Yeah, I am. I'm quite. I'm still quite young. I don't feel physically young. I'll be honest with you. I feel broken. Uh, and to be honest, the pandemic has not helped as well. The pandemic has given me very little reason to look after myself, and in fact, has made it hard to do so. Oh, raid! Uh, Sorry, I can't see who that was. Werewolf Dev. Thank you, Werewolf Dev, for the raid. Welcome along, everybody that's come along with Werewolf Dev. How you doing? What have you been up to tonight? For those who don't know me, I'm Challen50K. I do C64 coding mostly. I do some Game Boy coding on Tuesdays, although I'm trying to get out of that as quickly as possible because I hate it. Um, yeah, I just make games for the Commodore 64 in assembly, and I enjoy it. Yeah. You've been revamping your website with TypeScript. I do like TypeScript. TypeScript is nice. Unfortunately, I tried to change. So when I was coding, I tried to change my team to using TypeScript, but I did it a little bit too early, I think, and it wasn't quite it wasn't quite the, the maturity that it needed to be. So we ended up just sticking with the ES6. But I really do like TypeScript now. I think it's a great language. It's really well made and designed well. Yes, I am Shalom50k on here. I am Shalom on YouTube, and I am Evolute Games on Twitter. I know I should be more consistent, but all these accounts have been made at completely different times, and they don't match. So yeah, well, no, Cosmin, it wasn't on the team that we were both on. It was on a game team that I was on. Um, because actually by then it was kind of okay. Why do I hate Game Boy coding? Actually, to say I hate it is wrong. I dislike the language. I dislike the version of Z80 they've got. Uh, it's my first experience with Z80, and I think I picked the wrong kind of platform to try Z80 out on. Because I find the Game Boy version of it horrific. I don't know if that's because Z80 is horrific. I feel it probably is slightly compared to 6502. Um, because I mean, there's definitely things in there that are not going to be any different working on the Spectrum or the Amstrad or whatever. So that yeah, that's mainly why. But I like the architecture. I think the architecture is really nice. I think the platform itself is very good. No problem, Werewolf Dev. Thank you for the raid. I shall do my best to have a good stream and enjoy the rest of Halloween. We're now in November though. Exciting. Take care, sleep well, and again, thank you for the raid. Did I consider doing Z80 for Spectrum or Z80 or Spectrum next? So I have just built this thing, which is actually is it open? No, it's not open. Okay, so well, you can probably tell from the back, so that gives you an idea what it is. So this isn't a standard Spectrum. This is a ZX Uno. So it's an FPGA Spectrum that can run quite a few different cores. It can run Spectrum Next. It can run Sam Coupe. It can do all the various Spectrum ZX81 as well. Um, but I built that the other day. It's working really well. I haven't tried anything other than the Spectrum on it. But it works really nicely. And this was the nicest keyboard I could find that still maintains Spectrum. I didn't want to go with the rubber keys because the rubber keys are horrible to type on. I mean, I'm sorry, but they just are. I do have this, which we're going to give away in a week or two. Um, Probably next week, actually, I think. So we're going to give away this next week live on stream. Which at the moment doesn't have anything in it. It's completely empty, but it will have a Pi Zero put into it for the next stream. It actually might not be next stream, might be the stream after because I do want to do a stream of building it as well. Someone's even making a platform. I think. Have you completed it? This is the some months ago you're making a platform. I think. Oh, that's this game. This game, right? Good night, Kev. Thanks for joining, dude. Yeah, we're approaching the end of it now. We're just tidying up a few things in it. Very slowly though. So at the moment we're working on high score stuff. But yeah, the Spectrum I will I need to get the 3D print's almost done. Yeah, I think that's fine. Let me just double check that. I think I might need to be a bit further over for that. Just get right over this side, I think, because this is the only place I'm going to guarantee it, and I'm going to get both players over here as well. No, it's still putting there. Look, fuck. Why is it putting me there? Damn it, that's annoying. All right, both players as well. I think. I think player 2 appeared there as well. Okay, let's try again. Is this vanilla? Yeah, this is vanilla C64. Yeah. Let's try that guy down there. But yeah, I do want to do something on the ZX Uno, but I'm kind of just more interested in playing things on it. I don't really want to. I don't really want to make anything in Z80 ever again. The only Z80 I'm considering doing, and this was after a discussion with Monsters Go Boom and somebody else. I apologize, I can't remember who else it was. We were talking about the Mega Drive. And there's an interesting thing with the Mega Drive that it uses the 68,000 as its main CPU, but it uses a Z80 as a co-processor. Now the Z80 was mostly used for sound, because it only has like 8 kilobytes of memory that it can access. But I have some sneaky ideas about using it as a co-processor for other things. So still using it for sound, but simplifying the sounds somewhat, and using it as a kind of maths co-processor somehow. Not that it's great at maths, but I've always liked that idea. I kind of like the idea of using a 1541 drive as a co-processor. So, but I mean, that's a way, way, way down the line after everything else. Okay, so this isn't working either. God damn it, we need to get rid of that sprite on that corner. Why is it appearing there? That's what I don't understand. Because in here now, I'm setting this value so it doesn't even show. It shouldn't be showing. It should not be showing at all. But that's doing nothing, so I'm just going to comment that out. Whoops, keys on the keyboard. For God's sake. Why? Why? It can communicate somewhat, so it can be used to do other things. The reason it's used for audio is because it is very limited in what it can do. So it's also the main chip doesn't have access to the sound chips that the Z80 does. So that's why the Z80 is mostly used for sound, because it doesn't have a lot of memory and it's the only thing that has access to the sound chips. But you can communicate between the two CPUs, so you can send things to the Z80 and request things back as well. So I think it could be used as a co-processor in other ways as well. I need to investigate it. It's something I want to do at some point in the future, but I would like to investigate it. And this shocked me. The Mega Drive has less colors than the Game Boy Color. That surprised me. That surprised me a lot. So the Game Boy Color has, I think it's, hang on, RGB 555. So it has 32,000 colors on the Game Boy, whereas the Mega Drive only has 512, which absolutely shocked me. I can't believe it only has that many colors. When you consider how it stacked up against the SNES, which had way more than that, it did really well. It did really, really well. I think the main CPU can see that 8K. I think so. I don't know enough about it, but I'm pretty sure the both CPUs can see the same block of memory that the Z80 alone can see. And the Z8 and the C and you can tell the Z80 to do certain things as well. I think so. I think you can set the registers or something. I don't know. I need to look at it in more detail. Game Boy has 32,000 colors. Yeah, it has RGB 555, so you have 5 bits for red, green, and blue, whereas the Mega Drive only has 3 bits for each. Oh man, that was fast. That was fast. Okay, I have no right. Do you know what? I'm gonna leave this sprite thing for next time. Because I want to add the high score stuff in. That's what we were focusing on. I would like to focus on that. I don't think we're going to finish the high score tonight, but we can get very close to it anyway. So we'll do the sprite stuff later. I don't want to waste too much time on that. I've already wasted a lot of time procrastinating tonight, so I don't know why I've got a NES game here, but okay. So we're displaying a high score. We're checking the high score. So the only thing we need to do when we finish checking the high score is we need to make sure that we set some values here. So what we need is high score positions, I'm going to call it. And this is just going to be 2 bytes. And these bytes are going to start at FF. And these are player 1 and player 2, the positions that we've got in the high score table. And the way this is going to work is really simple. When the game over starts, before the check high score, we're going to load the accumulator with FF, and we're going to store that at high score positions plus 0, high score positions plus 1. And this is just basically saying if the value is FF, in other words, if it's a negative value, then that player doesn't have a high score. However, if the player does get a high score, which we know from this piece here, at this point here, we know that the player has a high score. So what we can do is we can then transfer this value into that player position. Now, I am going to do this in slightly a weird way now because I need to use this value to do this properly. So I'm gonna do this. Actually, we can do this. Yeah, let's do it this way. Actually, okay. So we're going to start this on 0, which means we're going to change this loop slightly. So here we were doing decrease. Instead, we're going to increase, and then we're going to load, and we're going to compare that to O2. So this is going to do the same thing, but now the temp one is working in the opposite direction. And that means that here, what we can do is we can use that as an index into our array, into our other array. So X we reset to 0 when we have a high score. So we can use X before here. So we can load X with temp1. So that gives us our index into our high score entry, right? Y contains a value from, a value in our index list that goes from 0 to whatever. I'm just going to transfer it here. So this goes from 0 up to 64. And this is just whereabouts in the high score grid we've found. So basically in this grid of numbers here, where we were when we found that we'd beat the score. So if we're here, for instance, we know that everything needs to move down, and this is where the score is. So we know our position is number 5. In terms of the way the computer is going to see it, the CPU is going to see it, this will actually be 4 because it's going to start at 0. So maybe 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. So what we need to do is we need to convert this position here, which is 0, 8, 16, 24, 32, 33, 34, 35. So we need to turn the number 35 into the number 4. And the way we do that, we put it in the accumulator and we just shift it to the left. Nope, the right. See, I can never get my left and right correctly. So we shift it to the left, to the right 3 times. So that's going to divide it by 8. 35 divided by 8 is 4 and a remainder. The remainder gets discarded. We end up with the number 4, which is our position in here. And now we know we can store that at high score positions, comma X. And now we know stores player position in table. Now we know that that player has got a high score at that position. So the next thing we can do in here, in the update, is we can start setting things up for this. So what we're going to do is we're going to do something simple. As well as high score positions, which I'm going to move up to the top actually because it's. In fact, I kind of don't know why these are down here. This is kind of a weird place to put these things. I'm going to move them up here. Oops. There we go. So as well as high score positions, what we're going to have is high score entry index, and preferably without the capitals all over the place. And what this is going to be, if you have a high score, where your flashing cursor is. So these will start at 0. You just want me to type Whizball when it's around red. Is Whizball? No, we haven't looped. We definitely haven't looped yet. There's no way we've done 400 quizzes yet. No way. No, can't. No, possibly can't possibly have done. Surely. Uh, Let me think about that. All right, it's probably been going since the fix for maybe 10 streams or so. Nah, there's no way we've done it. No way we've done it. It would take a lot longer than that. In fact, I know we've not because there's games in there that I haven't seen yet. Definitely. So does nobody remember the Whizball red screen? No, I don't actually. Hayes is right. It is black and white, I think. From what I recall, anyway. Interesting note about Adam Gilmour, right, who did this music for Afterburner. So Adam Gilmour did a lot of work for Zeppelin Games back in the day, and he was one of the musicians. I really liked his music, but he was one of the few musicians where I worked out where his music routine was, how to extract it, and how to use it in basic programs. I actually had Commodore basic programs that had the music for like Blinky's Scary School in it and stuff. And the reason being was because his music routines had their own IRQ handlers. So all you had to do was extract his music, call the routine once, and it would automatically play in an IRQ in the background. So you didn't have to call it every frame; it would just constantly play. Um, the Whizball screen is red. Oh, interesting. Okay. So yeah, I used to like whenever I saw his name on a game, I knew I could probably take it out and use it because it would have its own IRQ routine. Okay, so this high score entry index we also need to reset. So we're going to do this here. High score. Actually, what I'm going to do is I'm going to put FF in here. Now, the reason I'm going to do this is because when we do this check here for the game over exited, it can use the check in here to see if these are finished. These both need to be on FF for it to exit. So I can do that check in here where I can say load accumulator with high score entry index, branched plus, oh no, branched minus here, and then make this plus 0, and then do the same again. Whoops, do the same again with +1. Otherwise, exit. So what this is going to make sure is that we can only exit. We can only exit the routine properly. So this is what this is here. So I'm actually going to write exit game over check. I'm doing it in capitals because I don't intend on using this. So I just want it to be really obvious. So otherwise we can do this bit here, which is going to be, I'll put this in here, player name entry. Okay, and so now play name entry is going to basically take. It's going to have a look at these high score positions. Sorry, not high score positions. High score positions. If these are non-zero, non-negative, sorry, they're not FF. Then it will move on to checking these, and if these are non-negative as well, then it will start flashing a color at that location on the screen, and that will allow us to actually enter a score for that character. So this is probably going to take a while. We've got about an hour left. Maybe we can do this in an hour. I'm not sure. I do need to take a break in a second, though. Also, how's my printer doing? Yeah, it's still going. I've had one failed print with that. I've printed a few things and I've had one thing fail, and it's only because I used the wrong setting in the slicer. Um, so I didn't know what machine I was using it for. Whereas my TiVo Little Monster, it's like one in every 8 things works, and then everything else is either fucking explodes on me or well, not explodes, but prints all over the place and looks wrong. So no, I didn't get it off Lemon. I got them. I mean, there's a good chance that most of them came off Lemon, but I didn't get them myself off Lemon. I got them from. Um, all right, let's settle this. I got them from. I can't remember where it was I got them from, but I got them from somewhere that just had a collection of images. Let's have a look. Whizball. Whizball. Oh, I don't know if I can find Whizball. Oh shit, you're right as well. It's got a red hue to it. It is black and white. It should be black and white, but it's got a red hue to it. I mean, that's a capture issue because look, that color doesn't exist. That's too magenta. That doesn't exist as well. It's got a pink hue over it. Jesus, you got a good memory steps. I don't change how looking over it. Well, I mean that shows I didn't get the screenshots off Lemon. They came from somewhere weird. But yeah, that is a weird tint to it. Okay, so I forgot what I was doing now. Yeah, so we now need to play a name entry. Okay, just put that here. Might as well. Okay, so first of all, what I just want to do is I just want to flash or just change the color of the initial thing, so we know we're in the right place. Um, so this is kind of where it starts getting a little bit tricky. I am going to go for a break in a second. Actually, let me just put an RTS in here so it doesn't fail. And I'm going to take a quick break, and then when I come back, we'll try and get this done tonight. It's taken quite a while, but we'll do our best to get it in. What's that requested? California raisins in the cereal factory. What? Okay. And Hayes, the last V8 selected electronic species and Cave of the Word Wizard set 8. Okay. God, the fuzzy logic is weird. All right, I'll be back in 5 minutes, guys. Quiz coming up in a few seconds. Be right back. Okay, I'm back. I have no idea what that is. Thank you for the follow, Miss Peach. Welcome to the stream. Oh wow. Okay. I mean, good. If that was a guess, that's a really good guess. Okay, right. So we're looking at high score entries. So we know the index now. So what we need to do is we need to go through both players, right? So let's start by creating an index. And we're going to increase this. Nice and simple. And what this is going to do, this is just if this player has a high score. So first of all, high score positions, comma X. If it's minus, then we can go to skip because we don't have a high score. So we'll go to here. If we do have a high score, however, then what we need to do is we need to work out where that high score is now. We can get that by getting our high score entry index, X. Now we know we have a value from 0 to 7. And that value from 0 to 7 doesn't really help us too much because what we need to be able to do is we need to be able to convert that into a screen position. So we're going to have a lookup table here for these screen positions. So and that's going to be like this, nice and simple. Now, we can put this into zero page. I think we've got enough room in zero page to use 4 bytes for this. So let's make that happen so it's unique. So high score entry LSB, high score entry player 1, let's call it. And that would be a word. So just a reminder, I don't know why I'm going to say this, but I will anyway, just in case people don't know. So bytes are a single byte value in memory. That's why it's called a byte. Makes sense. A value from 0 to 255. A word just means 2 bytes, basically. It just means 2 bytes like that. And the only thing you need to remember is that they're little endian. So even though this may be the value that we want to store, in memory it will actually look like this. It will be the first 2 characters last and the last 2 characters first. It's called little endian, and it's just the way things are, I guess. Why do the reference to labels have plus or minus after them? I don't know if anybody's answered that. No, they haven't. Okay. So the reason they have plus or minus after them is because we're using what are called multi-labels. Multi-labels allow you to have labels with more than one of the same name. So for instance here, we've got 2 labels which are just exclamation mark. All multi-labels begin with exclamation mark, and all labels end with colon. So these are actually blank labels. They don't have any name to them at all. And what the plus or minus does is say, find the next one in front of this. So these are both pointing to this. This is pointing to this one. So you can see, even though they've got 2 different, even though the 2 labels are the same, these ones here are pointing to this one is pointing to this one, and minus is pointing to this one. So it just lets you use the same label again. So yeah, it just means look ahead for the next label called skip. Plus means look ahead, minus means look backwards. So and it's just a habit I've got into using all the time. It becomes really useful when you've got lots of kind of loops nested and stuff, and you don't want to think of a new label name for every single thing. You can just do this, and then you can do that to jump to it, or if you in front of it, you can do that to jump back to it. So this one will go back to here. This one will go forward to here. They're called, I think they're called multi-labels and kick assemblers. It's definitely worth looking up. Plus, it helps keep you on your toes when you refactor the code later. Yes, it does. Which is why I've started adding names into them a little bit more often as well. On PDS, I meant it was a temp label that was scope between any new global labels. Oh, scope is done with these brackets here as well. So the thing with these is they are kind of temporary labels. Like I can't access this I can't access this like player entry name dot skip. That won't work because this is a temporary label. It's not visible outside of this scope. If I want it to be visible, I have to do that. Then it would be visible. But then I can't use the plus or minus notation here as well. So you scope things by creating these. So I could also do this, and now that means that this would no longer work because that is not in this scope. It's here. So you'd have to reference it differently. So you could, yeah, exactly. Loop, exit, skip. Those are the sort of things that you use a lot. Exactly. So you can make it. You can use these things multiple times. You don't have to like what I find, especially when I'm doing the Z80 stuff, is I find that if I've got multiple loops, I've got things called like loop one, loop two, skip one, skip two, and stuff, and I don't have to do that with this at all. I can just use the word skip, I can use the word loop, and I can just keep reusing it. The only time I have to use different names for the loops is where if I've got actual nested loops. If I've got like an outer loop and an inner loop, then I just call them O loop or I loop or outer loop or inner loop. Yeah, it looks nice because it looks like JS. So you're not wrong there, Hayes. That's kind of what drew me to it. I'll be honest. It definitely was what drew me to it. Okay, right. So now we have an index here, so we can look up where the name should be on the screen. So let's start by doing that. Braces and double slash line comments. Yeah, exactly. That's enough to make it look like JavaScript, right? Plus the fact that you can use JavaScript constructs as well. So you can do like for, you know. So that's perfectly valid to do in this. Which is a much better way rather than using repeat and end repeat. I think this is a much neater way of doing it. Why not use a language that's designed for this sort of thing? Yeah, for loop does use a semicolon, yeah. Do you know what I've never actually tried? I've never actually tried doing multiple in here. So doing like that. I don't know if this would work. Because that's valid JavaScript, right? But I don't know if that would work in here. Oh, you got test case. Does it work in Kick? Uh, it passes. Yeah, okay, cool. I mean, it makes sense. It should do, so. Because they're definitely using JavaScript constructs for this. I just wish they would use an actual JavaScript abstract syntax tree to actually pass it instead of what I assume is just going to be a load of regex instead of a tokenizer. I don't think are they using a tokenizer to tokenize that kind of stuff and then turn it into abstract syntax trees, or are they? God, I can't speak because I'm too drunk. God, how much wine have I had? I've only had a bottle and a third or something. All right. Okay. So we've got our index now. So now we're going to look up a score on the table. So let's create some values in here. Okay. So actually, was it low, high, fill? No. Wasn't that? I'll just do it manually instead. Okay. So screen RAM plus. If we have a look down here, let's call names. Well, we can use this location as our start, and then work that. We can just work down the list. It's easy enough to make this work. So this is our line number, and this is our position across. And what we want here is the lower byte of this. We need 4 of these. So this would be a lot easier with a fill routine, but that's fine. I can do it like this. Oops. So it's good that we're using X0 here because we're probably going to need Y for the indirect lookup here. So we've got our index here, high score entry index, which is going to give us this value. So we're going to transfer that to the Y register now. And then we're going to load high score name LSB, comma Y. So we don't need two versions here. I think one is fine. So let's just do one. Okay, there we go. So we've now got the lookup. We've now got the position for the character entry. So what we should be able to do now, if I just put Y to 0 and load the accumulator. So I'm just going to store. I'm just going to put the letter Z in because Z is not being used. So I'm just going to put Z in for now. We can just make it flash on and off rather than colors. And then to store that at high score entry, comma Y. So what we should see if we get a high score is we should see a letter Z somewhere on the row that we've got the high score. That's what I'm thinking anyway. That's what we should see. If that's working, then we can progress to kind of actually putting in the correct position, which it won't be straight away. So. I think it's really Java. Yeah, everybody says that when they see kick assembler. Um, but honestly, it's fine. It's not as bad as people think it's going to be. It's absolutely fine. Um, there's definitely worse Java apps out there. Uh, let's be honest, you kind of need Java nowadays for at least something out there. It's fast enough anyway. So what did you used to work on then? Because I mean, you're saying PDS, which means you were probably doing commercial C64 games back in the day then. Oh, why is that saying game over SM? Why is that saying that? Rename entry. Oh, it's opened it twice. Okay, let's get a high score. So let's. Oop, that didn't do exactly what I wanted to do, but it'll do. It's fine. 450. Well, 450 is a high score, so let's get ourselves killed. Let's have a look. 450. So it's going to be bottom of the score table. Here we go. I'm not seeing a Z anywhere though. Ah, I know why I'm not seeing a Z anywhere. Oh, no, I should be seeing a Z here. High score entry index. Ah, okay. So this is checking both scores. I feel like we shouldn't be doing that in here. We should be doing it in player name entry. Uh, so let's have a look. So, oh crap, I lost where I was now. Wait, hang on. So if both of these are minus, okay, so this should kind of be the other way around. This should be branch it plus jump to here. Branch it plus jump to here. Otherwise, jump to, and this should be. Should work better now. Oh, we got that one. Hayes as well. God, Hayes is on form. Oh, good. Well done as well. Because I think with that you have to put the whole name in. I don't think Rambo is enough. You have to put the whole name in. Um, what is this tune? Uh, Syntax of this ASM does look good. Great. Did a couple of C64 games, some NES, some SNES. So you were very much a 6502 coder then. Yeah, I want to do NES next. I've got a couple of ideas that I want to try on the NES. And SNES interests me, but the Mega Drive really does grab my interest, even though it's not 6502. There's something about the Mega Drive architecture that just makes me really like the idea of it. Although SNES would be probably better due to its 6502 kind of nature. Um, but I think I'll probably. I mean, I've got a lot of stuff to do anyway before then, so. Okay, so it's put the score in, but I'm not seeing a value up here. So let's just put a breakpoint in and just check the value in there as well. So I forgot where I was now. Game over, was it? Name entry, yes. Jump to subroutine player. Right, okay, right. So first of all, let's just put a breakpoint in here and see if it's actually going to check this for us. Because it should do. If any of these values in the entries are positive, it means we've got a score in the table. Uh, I knew someone who worked for Elite. They did Garfield. Elite Dev was in the chat earlier. There's something about the 68K. Yeah, the thing is, it's not the 68K that makes me want to do it, and it's not the fact it's Z80, it's just the whole architecture as a whole. I find the Mega Drive very intriguing. I think it's a very interesting architecture. Um, and I can see why, even though it was kind of very much kind of the inferior machine to the SNES, it did well. And I think that is testament to its architecture. Okay, I didn't get a high score, did I? God damn it! All right. I would like to do an ARM game at some point. I'd like to do probably Game Boy Advance. I think. Um, I don't know. I'm not sure. I'm kind of enjoying the 6502 stuff. So I'd like to. I mean, obviously, Mega 65 could be in my hands very soon. So okay, didn't hit a breakpoint then. So so there's a problem, right? Um, yeah, I'm not going to get this done on this stream, I don't think. But let's crack on a little bit and see what we can do. So we're going to check the value here because this value here should definitely be. I don't need that on there. This value here should definitely be our entry in the high score table. Which, if it's not, means that we're not recording that value correctly. 65816 isn't very nice. Yeah, I mean the Mega 65 is kind of a variant of that. Well, it's more like 65 CO2. Um, but it's a kind of custom variant of it, so it's going to be really interesting. Um, the thing I'm really looking forward to more than anything else is the crazy DMA system that they've got set up, and the raster rewrite system. So they've got a raster system which is very much like an arcade machine of the time. Okay, so that's been hit. That's correct. But you can see there, look, the accumulator is FF, which means that actually getting um, we're not actually getting a high score entry index at this point, even though we should be doing. So let's just double check through the high score thing. Yeah, so the Mega 65 has the ability to, when it's finished drawing the line, or in fact at any point during the line, uh, to retrace its steps and redraw stuff again. So it can just keep redrawing over the same um, same line with some kind of blending and stuff. So it's kind of nice in that way, and also it's got a really cool DMA which does fractional steps as well, so you can step fractionally across your index, um, which means you can do kind of scale textures and things very easily. So texture mapping, like a Wolfenstein game, for instance, is kind of fairly trivial. Well, I say trivial; it's not that trivial, but it's possible without crazy mathematics. There are the tools there in the machine to do that. So, right, Saturn game. Yeah, the Saturn. I feel like they rushed the Saturn a little bit too much. They already had the well, no, I guess they didn't because they needed to kind of compete with Sony, but they were determined to kind of try and beat Sony to the market, and they ended up with a machine that was inferior in pretty much every way. So, um, I mean, I'm only looking at it from a very high level kind of look, but every game on the Saturn just feels like a half frame rate version of the PlayStation. Um, and then they did the same again with Dreamcast. Yeah, they released Dreamcast way too early, and people just weren't ready for it. And it's a shame because the Dreamcast is a freaking amazing system. But it was just too much too soon instead of too little too late. Okay. Where are we at? Where are we at? Where are we at? Okay, so high score entry index value data, high score insert score, high score positions here. Oh, entry index we haven't set. Okay, so and that's because we're check. Oh no, we're checking positions here. Ah, okay, so this should be positions. Oh no, it is entry index, and that's because we actually need to score the entry index. We store it. We aren't storing it. We're storing the position, but we're not storing the entry index. So here we store the position. Uh, okay, so I'm going to do that here. No, wait, hang on, that's wrong as well. Yeah, that is wrong. It's literally just I'm thinking about it differently. That's why. Because I've got this value down here, which has got the same name as a value, which means something slightly different. So that's why it's confusing. What's this? Yeah, let's skip this. I was just thinking the same thing. What the hell is this? Yeah, Jet Set Radio is great. Actually, one of the first consoles I gave my son when he was growing up was a Dreamcast as well. Because at the time, it was just before the Xbox, and he how old would he have been? He'd have been really young, and he played two games. He played um, Jet Set Radio and Skies of Arcadia were the two games he played. He loved them both. I bet he doesn't even remember them. But is he even in the stream? Is he in the stream? No, it's not. Okay, shame. I'd like to know if he remembered those. Oh, okay. Bomb Rush Cyberpunk. Okay. Okay, 450. Let's try that. It's taken me so long to do this high score tab. It's crazy. Yeah, Skies of Arcadia is great. It's a really, really good game. One of the best games on the machine, actually. Cool. We've hit the breakpoint. Okay, so we're in the right place. Just gonna do that every frame now. All right. It hasn't drawn a Z anywhere on the screen, but we have hit the breakpoint, which is a good sign. Okay, let's go back to where that was. I'm getting so drunk, I'm forgetting where I'm at. It's getting hard, so I'm definitely good. I am going to stop around about 1/2 past, give or take a few minutes, depending on how we're doing. So, why is there never a live in C++? A live in C++? I don't sure what you mean. Where's my breakpoint? Oh, they're here. Okay. So, question is, am I hitting this one in player name entry? So let's go and where's our player name entry? Here. So let's see if we're getting into this function just quickly. Oh god, yeah, I'm feeling tired as well. To be honest, I'm surprised I've managed to go this long considering how tired I felt at the start. I just really wasn't in the mood for it, but you guys make me happy, it seems. Helena Rugby. Okay, so we're hitting that breakpoint, which means we're definitely hitting the player name entry, but I'm not seeing a Z anywhere in here at all. Let me just make sure by filling the RAM with black color. Just in case there is another. No, okay. Oh yeah, no. Look, there you go. There's the Z. I just wasn't seeing it before. Whereas it should be down here. Okay, so in that case, let's just disassemble. Let's have a look at what we've got here. So, let's have a look in here. Okay, so high score positions, comma X. Okay, so registers are on. Okay, X. Okay, it gets set to 0 on the next one anyway. So let's have a look at 699E. Okay, 699E 06. So it should be moving that Z down the screen. But what we're seeing is something different. Entry index, comma X. 69A0 is this one here, so it should be 0. So we should be X position 0, row 7. Well, row 6 even. So it should be here. It's row 7 according to this. So yeah, it has got the right value, but this is wrong for some reason. A, B, C, D. Yep. So this is correct. Oh wait, hang on. That should be down here. Yeah, there we go. That should be right now. Okay. So I was setting my indexes up wrong. I was setting up my horizontal index into Y. Okay, let's just grab a. Come on, give me some points. There we go. All right, now kill me. Yeah. Um, just saw a load of symbols in the assembly. Yeah, you can import all the labels. Um, what am I looking for here? Oh no, they should just be right. Okay, so we should see a Z at the beginning of that line. Ah, wrong line. Oh no, no, right line. Look, it's on the right line. Cool. So now we just need to move it over. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. So it needs to be 13 across from that. So it's already 13 on here. So that'd be 26. That'd be 1A, like so. I recognize this. Oh, Paperboy. That's why I recognize it. Ah, shit. What am I doing? Okay, so that should give us all the high score entry positions, and then we can start adding joystick controlling. So maybe I have got time actually. Maybe I do have time just about. I have loads of unfinished homework and I want to start. Good. I'm glad you want to start a C64 one because that's exactly what this stream is about. So I started this stream with the intention of kind of learning myself because I wanted to learn more stuff about the C64, so I wanted to connect with people who were already doing this. Um, but at the same time, I wanted to inspire people to take it up because I have no commercial experience with the C64. I never did any C64 coding back in the day. In fact, it was only 15 years or so ago that I actually got a job in coding. I always wanted to code from the age of like 6, 7. I was coding in BASIC on the BBC Micro, the Spectrum, and the Commodore 64. And within a couple of years, I transitioned because my main home computer was a C64. I transitioned into assembly language because C64 BASIC is a pile of shite. Um, and so I always wanted to do it. You know, from pre-teen years, I was really into it. I was just born a little bit too late to really kind of to leave school and go into a job that paid well doing assembly because they weren't around. You know, they by the time I left school, people were starting to write things in C and stuff, and I'd done no training at all in C, and I didn't have the internet. I didn't have bulletin boards. I didn't have any way of learning these things. So for me, I was like, oh well, that was a missed opportunity, and I just went into dead end jobs. You know, I did factory jobs, I did barman jobs, I did all sorts of stuff. And I just in the background just kept on learning stuff, and eventually I ended up getting a job because I learned a bit of Flash, and I got a job in that. And then since then, I've just kind of moved through various things. But yeah, the stream was always um, about somebody who was really into the system but didn't quite know everything, learning to do it, and that's what this has been. This has been a learning experience for myself and for everybody that's joined in. And I think we're doing all right now. I think we're at a point where we can pretty much write any game we want now. I certainly don't look at any. There's no challenge on the Commodore that I wouldn't take up. And certainly you'll see if you ever join on a Thursday stream, you'll see the Checkanoid stuff that I'm doing. That I think as simple as it looks like a Spectrum game, but that's just because of the design. But the stuff I'm doing in that is actually quite complex. There's some really kind of funky stuff going on in that. Um, and it looks great. I think it looks really nice. So, but yeah, yeah, exactly. All self-taught. Thank you for the follow, Blue Booger. Uh, Appreciated. Welcome to the stream. But yeah, Checkanoid, yeah, I'm very proud of. There's a couple of other projects as well. Doc 2 I'm very proud of as well, but it is taking a long time. But I kind of I don't want to release Doc 2 until I'm 100% with it, and if that takes another 5 years, then it takes another 5 years. I'm not going to release it until I'm happy with it. Oh, your mate wrote Checkanoid. You got Gareth a job. Oh, so you know Gareth Noyce then. Cool. Cool. Yeah, so he's allowed me to do a C64 version of Checkanoid. Um, and I think I'm being fairly faithful to it. It's not quite got the crazy particle effects that Checkanoid has, but I have put particles in. I have got working particles. They're just not quite as crazy. Okay, I need to get rid of that, but that is definitely yes. See, now it's put a Z in the right place. Great. So we're on the way now. We know we can enter a score in this position. So what I'm going to do now is I'm just going to double check this by making two players get a high score at the same time. So I'm going to take out our breakpoint. So I can get rid of that now because that's not needed. So I'm going to find my breakpoint in here, wherever that is here. And I'm going to get two players to work. We're going to have to finish this on the next stream though. This is no way going to be done on this stream. Someone like to know more is sprite multiplexer. I know Token uses it, and that's what I know of it. Oh yeah, I did do a stream on multiplexer. We made a multiplexer live on stream a couple of months ago, maybe about 6 months ago now. It was really nerve-wracking as well because I had Dan Phillips join the stream. So Dan Phillips is the coder for Armalite, and Armalite has one of the best multiplexers on the Commodore. So it was really nerve-wracking to um, have kind of one of the coders of the best multiplexer on the C64 on stream, watching me trying to make one live on stream. That was very nerve-wracking. Oh shit, this was meant to be two players. Never mind. But we got it done, and we demonstrated the technique, which was the whole point. The idea was not to kind of make the best multiplexer, but to demonstrate what you needed to be able to do and the considerations that you needed to make for making a multiplexer. And I think we did that quite well. Okay, player one is dead. Player two is dead, right? But did we both get scores? I don't think we both got scores. I think only one of us got a score. Fuck. Okay, right. I need to do it again. Oops. And yeah, Turrican is one of my favorite games as well. Technoid, yeah, Technoid has got a multiplexer. Technoid's multiplexer is quite simple though. I mean, it can handle 24 sprites, I think is kind of roughly about the limit. But it's dynamic as well, so I can change it per stream, which is really useful. Okay, oh, they both died. I need two players to get more than 500. Yeah, I need I need at least one to get more than 500. Yeah, Armalite's Plexer is well, it has kind of both. It has general multiplexing. It has some clever stuff in um to adjust it based on things. I think they use I think they use multiplexing for some of the background kind of detail as well. Or unless I'm thinking of Delta. Right, okay, who got the score then? Okay, player two got the score. Okay, so don't care if player two dies now. Player one needs to grab that. And player one needs more points in order to. There we go. Oh no, they both need to get. Hang on, they both need to get over 500, don't they? Fuck. All right. Oh my god. Using the stack to sort. That's not a bad idea, actually. my favorite way of doing multiplayer, and I haven't actually implemented any game yet. I've done it through testing some stuff when I had the time to do it. Is using self-modifying code. So you have a piece of code which draws the 8 sprites, and then you use self-modifying code to define what you do in those things. So it stops being a lookup at all. You're writing for. So at the end of your current, you draw your current block of sprites, whatever it might be, and then when you're finished drawing that block of sprites, the next thing you do before you set up the next IRQ is you write the next values back into the code that you've just run, and then you set your IRQ up for the next line, and that way it processes incredibly quickly, and it means you can pack things together much tighter. That's definitely my favorite way of doing it, but I haven't I haven't had much chance to do it like that. I do need to spend some time kind of doing some decent multiplexer code. I think I think I'm gonna need it for Parasol Stars, because Parasol Stars has some kind of crazy requirements for the multiplexer. Okay, so I need player 2 to get lots of points now. God, trying to play 2 players is a nightmare. Right, that one. Let's get this guy across first. So he gets the exit bonus. Right, now get him out. Pardon me. Cool. Right, both players have got high scores now. So now I just need to kill them both, and it should be a lot easier. I'm pretty good at that. Isengard. Sweet. There we go. We've got a Z in place there. So now we know. Oh, hey, Amiga Love, and happy Halloween to you too. So now I know I've got 2 places that I can edit. So I'm not going to do it on this stream because I've got like 10 minutes left, and I'm gonna leave on time because I'm feeling very, very pissed. So I'm just gonna waffle, I think, and drink wine for the last 10 minutes. But I know now on the next stream what I can do is I can set up joystick controls for each of these. So these sets mean that these are now editable areas. So these 2 scores will be editable, and player 1 and player 2 will be able to enter their scores here, which is really cool. Which is why we're not going to have keyboard control. I was considering putting keyboard control in, but that would kind of break the system a little bit. So we're going to leave that. I've got quite a bit of wine. I feel like I should be drinking more. Maybe I should just play some games. Should I play some games? I don't even know if they'll work. I haven't tested anything. I could play some Parasol Stars. It's making me want to play Parasol Stars. All right, let's get the PC Engine out and play some Parasol Stars. I haven't played it for a while, so let's give it a go. See if we can complete it tonight. I've got a lot of wine left. I kind of want to finish the wine, so. I deliberately set everything up here so I could just flick a few buttons and get things on. I think I definitely need a new power supply. I think I said this last time for the PC Engine. It feels a little bit broken. Think of your head in the morning while still drinking. Yeah, you're a Pinot Noir kind of guy yourself. Yeah, this is a Malbec. So I like a Malbec because it's kind of quite a rich flavor. I like a Pinot Noir as well, but I find Pinot Noirs to be a bit sweeter. So I mean, it's still a red, so it's not sweet like a white is, but I find them to be a little bit sweeter, fruitier than other ones as well. As long as it avoids vanilla, you're all in. So you're not a fan of like the spiced rums then? The spiced rums always have vanilla in them. Right, let's see if I can actually get some information. Oh, that actually looks like it might have No, it can't be that simple, surely. Right, tell you what, guys, I'm going to take a quick break for 2 minutes. When I come back, it looks like the PC Engine is up and running. I will test it as soon as I come back, but it looks like it's going to win. So, yeah, let me just check in the code I've got so far. So, how much have I done? Well, as I've said time and time again for the past 5 or 6 streams, is we're in that final stretch now. So um, this is always going to be very, very simple. Where is it? There it is. That'll do. I don't really care too much about me. It's always going to be little bits of code with very little progress. I mean, it's made doubly so by the fact I just spent half the night getting angry about COVID. But okay, cool. Right, let's. Oh, did I push that? I don't think I pushed that. Let me push it as well. Oh, maybe I did. Lucy in the Sky with Diamonds. It's not a bad mix of it. Let's see who did this. Oh, Andrew Fisher did this. Awesome. Okay, cool. Right. Let's right, quick break. I'll be back in 5 minutes. Well, less than that, 2 or 3 minutes. All right, be right back.